Santos, Manilu, Manaynaw, Sainaw, todos Santos, Galong, Islan Marianas, Saipan, Tinian, Ruta, Zanguahan, Magafu sa Manita, Pogo, Gwini na okasyon. And todos Santos, Loco Ginogi, America, Viva, Happy Day, todos Santos. And to our visitors who are coming to our beautiful Latistone Islands, welcome and a big half a day to you. So, I'd like to teach you how to say half a day the island way. Just reach out and touch someone. Half a day! In the pretty islands of Marianas, you see and hear the children sing as the local people wave and say a simple greeting word called half a day. Half a day. With a happy smile on the face, you can bet you're in a friendly place. Really meaning what they say. Each time they simply say half a day. Half a day, Total Malik, how are you? Half a day, Total Malik, thank you. Half a day, 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 half a day. All the tomorrow say this word, and they say it many different ways. Like when you meet a Chamorita girl, you softly say, hey, half a day. And if you ever need a native friend or a helping hand along the way, wear a friendly smile and talk some Moru style. Half a day. Half a day, Total Malik, how are you? Half a day, Total Malik, thank you. Half a day, 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 half a day.
You're listening to Breeze 93.9 FM.
Although I had been living way too fast.
KUAM FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Let me nice up the vibe. Tonight I'm on a mission. Let me flex up me ride. Now I'm in free rush cause me time is small kind. Girl, you must let me know. Now sweet young girl, where you come from? Take this here cup. Let us wind down. So we can dance if you really wanna. And we can make if you want to. Tell me, what do you want this to be? I'll give you whatever you want from me. How can you not see? This could be a real good thing, but girl, you must let me know, yeah. Oh, bye. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. Oh, bye. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. One time. Come a little closer, let me nice up the vibe. Tonight I'm on a mission, let me flex on me right. Yeah. Don't be free rush cause my time is small kind. Girl, you must let me know, yeah. Now sweet young girl, where you come from? But now take this here cup. Let us wind down. Now that we can dance if you really wanna dance. I know we can love if you want that. You gotta tell me, what do you want this to be? Later I'll give you whatever you want from me. How can you not see? This could be a real good thing, but girl, you must let me know. Oh, bye. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. Whoa, bye. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. Now I want you to be mine again, baby. You know the lifestyle is driving you crazy. Hey, I want you to be mine again, baby. You know my lifestyle is driving you crazy. Right, every day she passes my way. Now with that same sweet smile, same sweet smile. Every day I hope and pray that she decides to come my way. Yeah, there's something in her eyes makes me stop to think, possibly could she be my one? Oh, I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. Oh, I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name. Oh, I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to intrude, but I gotta know your name.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Sleeping all night, waiting to find a reason for today. It is so hot, I cannot lie. Let's drink tonight. One beer, maybe more. Mixed drinks out on the floor. Beer jam to going crazy. One last drink before I go. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day. 'Cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Look at the sky. There must be a reason why it's so soft inside. Look at my heart, fragile and light, and I know the reason why. Two people can adore, love hurts one sore. Love birds are going crazy 'cause love will show. So breathe every day, appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day. 'Cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Hey, hey, hey. Let's slow down and look at what we accomplished. Maybe we will find a reason to live. Look at all the joy and happiness and embrace what you know and live for today. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day. 'Cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Another day. Mm-mm. Heaven can wait another day.
Kosia uli die sombren zelten meg. Et zu te saluda antes diu hum niga. Radzauds en malak estrezas durante in todo il memu. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu. Zangiman malak guafi ikonuna sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilo tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
노자 간자이 맞추는 야기 조류이루가 Paraíona, Paraí Gloria, a big islas en Paraíona, Paraí Gloria, a big islas en Toru tempo e paz paraíso zangini lani na bendition contra biligo na vansa fuam jus brutais lanon contra biligo na vansa fuam jus brutais lanon.
Ai sinati untungu tagi tining o puthogu jatiwa taka hau dangin undingu lohuli hau gi panyi zahan lagu gi matamu zahapata tu maski pabeu sangan lo tu hongi telu na ponna puti du na pogu ni guahu gagagi magagi fionmu aku magi gapagang sabi sangon ni istura tahabu tahabu aku magi gapagang sabi Rasanmu makati ay putagu ay lohagu itelu ay magay tinhasu na putagu tu na neni na mafatu lòng na karu gizagwa zan magay na tizamu zabya hana zani na nu na junumu apu magi ga paga zadu sanga ni suram sahabu zam apu magi ga paga zadu sanga ni suram sahabu zam apu magi ga paga zadu sanga ni suram sahabu zam apu magi ga paga zadu sanga ni suram sahabu zam
Good morning, Guam. Huh. Friday Fitness. Oh. Oh. Friday, guys. 6:19. It's the link on the breeze. Good morning to our viewers on Facebook Live, our viewers on KUAM TV, and everyone out there in Radio Land.
Good morning to that beautiful purple sky that Joe Sir just got a fantastic shot of.
Wow. It's been a great Sky Week here. It's Friday, January 15th, 2021. PCOR 2 Fridays. We're slated to go in a Pacific Pandemic Condition of Readiness 2
On Monday.
Monday.
Effective Monday.
Right. There are some changes that are happening over the weekend. Indoor dining is being increased to 50%. That was
Look,
about it.
25 to 50%.
Right.
And then the capacity, 15 people outside,
Right.
outdoor dining.
Yeah. And then I think there are going to be some changes with Government of Guam operations. We don't have the details on that just yet. Revenue tax is going to be closed today.
Right.
All right.
We had another positive test, and they're going to be doing testing of DRT employees tomorrow.
Right. COVID's still out there, guys. Still got to do our part. Be safe, wash your hands, wear your masks.
Social distancing.
Yep, watch your distance. I've just heard yesterday there was a case with a local dentist testing positive for COVID, and the reaction there was that basically the whole clinic's going to get tested. Anybody who had been with that dentist is going to get tested. So, I mean, if you guys can catch COVID in what is supposed to be a sterile medical environment, then the virus is still out there, and we still got to do our part to be safe and help stop the spread of the coronavirus. Jay, good morning.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking, I went to my dentist's office just to pick up some replacement toothbrush heads, for Sonicare, which is a godsend, by the way. Have you guys ever had Sonicare?
Yeah.
Best toothbrushing experience you'll ever have in your life, hands down. And I actually asked the staff there, the dental assistants, I'm like, hey, are you guys going to get the vaccine? Because, you're healthcare workers and frontline. And they were like, nah, we kind of agreed, we don't want to get it just yet because it's kind of unproven. And I was like, wow. I mean, that's their prerogative. I mean, I completely respect that, but I also was not expecting that. Mm-hmm. But certainly that doesn't speak for the entire, dental industry and everything like that. That's just one particular clinic.
Right.
Yeah. I'm ready.
I'm totally ready. Wait,
It's like the one time we wish we were over 60.
Can we do something? Okay, we've been talking.
I feel like I'm over 60.
We've been talking about doing some sort of exercise segment here on the link and everything like that until we
Yeah.
actually have something for. Let's go, guys. Okay, link stretch. Ready?
Link stretch.
Dude.
Okay.
Okay, everybody ready? Okay, stretch your arm. Come on, Bree. Okay, we're all doing different stretches. Okay, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. Do it with us at home, guys. Come on. Okay, switch.
Aye.
All right, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
switching or?
3 Mississippi,
Oh, yeah.
4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Blitz the quarterback.
Thanks, Jay.
One more.
Oh, we're doing. I can't
Yeah.
really do that one. So
I
good.
can't either.
Oh yeah.
That's good. That feels good. That's a stuff right there. When you
Can
feel
you
your
come
shoulder
walk on my
blades
back?
come- Ugh.
Jason's like the perfect weight to walk on somebody's back, right?
I used to, my tata on my dad's side, well, yeah, obviously. Tata used to have myself and my cousins like walk up and down on his back until maybe he hit around like 70.
Man, that, I don't know how many
Because
hours.
by that point we were like in our teens.
I feel like I should be a certified masseuse because I did thousands of hours massaging the relatives growing up, and it was always funny because when I
You walk on the back or you actually did that?
everything, yeah, I was like had the hands. So I would massage my grandpa, and he would always be like, "Oh, we do it harder. I can't feel it." And then when you do it hard, they're like, "Oh, are you trying to kill me?" 6:23. Good morning to everyone on Facebook Live. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. Good morning on you. Doris and Nicholas. Good morning, KUAM News Team. Stay safe. Maria Duenas Perez. Happy anniversary to your parents.
All right.
Annie Bonds, Avide Guam from Killeen, Texas. Stay safe, everyone. Roberto Fracassini, a regular here on the link. Buongiorno, Guam. Good morning, Mr. Fracassini. Haven't seen you since last year.
How long are you going to keep running that joke?
I'm going to keep running every time I see someone I haven't seen since last year.
There you go. Good morning also from Philly to our friend Mary Beth Torres. She's on her way to being a top fan because she's always here, one of the first ones in the comment stream, and we really appreciate it.
Benny Armeno, good morning. Patricia Ann Atalik, Biba Betnes, Dan Nuevo Nahaani. Happy New Year to you too.
Okay, I got a challenge for you. Everybody in the comment stream, right? And we'll do it here too with our own comments and everything. We just did that real quick stretch and everything like that. Using only emoji, all right? Let us know what your favorite exercise is. You can do swimming, you can do pole vaulting, whatever your phones or computers emoji devices have, whatever is your best way to stretch, to get a little bit of cardio, to get the blood pumping and everything.
Maybe you like doing the Olympic style weightlifting.
There you go. Hey,
There's an emoji for that, right?
If you want to use 10 emoji in a row and do the decathlon, more power to you. Knock yourself out, metaphorically. But yeah, so put in the emoji. I'm gonna put mine right here. Let me see if there's volleyball.
Rita Guerrero, good morning on you. To our viewers in KUAM TV, good morning. It's the link, a multimedia experience here with the KUAM news team, Sabrina Salas Mantanani. Of course, Joe Sir on the ones and twos. We have Jason Salas standing by. He's running the KUAM news Zoom room, where this morning we'll catch up with the Guam Federation of Teachers. Roy Respicio, the port GM, coming on. They're busting the druggies down there at the port. And then 8 o'clock, we'll go in with the FSM Consul General Office and the FSM Association of Guam, as they're going to be the center point of rapid engagement team deployment this weekend with public health.
Right, and there's supposed to be a virtual town hall meeting on vaccinations with the FSM community. Last we heard, it's for 9 a.m. Once we get all the other details from the Joint Information Center, we'll let you know how you can zoom into that.
Right. And they'll also be deploying the rapid engagement team, the RET, into Santa Ana, Dedido, as that was a COVID-19 hotspot last year. They saw some positives there, and they made the decision to go in and try and test everybody. They're saying there's about 50 residents that they want to go in and test in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We also heard that they're going to be testing the Revenue Tax employees, I think, on Monday.
Tomorrow.
And the Santa Ana subdivision, that's right around as you're heading towards Machanao.
Right.
So past the golf course way up there.
626.
Okay, we got some interesting ways of exercising, air quotes. We put ours, the KUM News, we said we have the gold medal, we said running, we said biking, and we said jogging. Debbie Davis from Kentucky says, I believe that's ballroom dancing, which is totally cool.
Bev Test Jay Solis put the beer mug emoji.
Beer mug.
Right on.
So weightlifting 12 ounces at a time, basically.
Right. Maria Duenas Perez writes dancing. And Bev Test Jay Solis also puts cheeseburger, fries, and donuts.
Wow. With the beer.
That's Chamorro style. You get tired just from eating, right? You eat something, you're like, oh, what's wrong?
You have actually you have consistently exercised like throughout the. No, you said you've always gone swimming.
I
and
mean, well, look at me. I'm kind of, sort of not as consistent.
Hey, and I believe it was Dr. Felix Cabrera who was pleading with the community when this thing really started ramping up when we
Yeah.
had the first Peace Corps, and he was saying, just do some moving around in your yard, in the room, do some push-ups, and then it was Dr. Michael our friend the pediatrician, who was saying, also make sure you get your flu shot. So
Right.
yeah, so
Just try to do something active every day where,
There you go.
either going for a walk, right? You go walk the dog, just walk around the house, walk around the yard. Yesterday after the show, took the kids walk around the building, just stretch your legs. Try and do something, some kind of activity every
Oh.
single day.
Debbie said it's actually okay. My eyesight is so bad. I apologize. Okay, that's actually walking, not ballroom dancing. But ballroom dancing is a really good form of. Do you guys know how to ballroom dance?
I don't even know how to dance.
What was your specialty dance when you were a
Bree is a
Actually-
dancer, though.
yeah, she is.
Yep, urban jazz. She's comes from an urban jazz background.
Were you ever like? Did you ever have like training? Did you have like lessons when you
She
were?
trained with Brian Esperon.
Wow.
Oh, gosh, I wish, right? Well, not now, but
Yeah.
before.
Okay, you know what is a really unbelievably difficult form of dancing? I tried.
What
this
is
once.
what is really an unbelievable difficult form of dancing? Joe?
tap dancing?
Oh yeah.
That is crazy. I mean,
Yep.
you have to have, your calves have to look like softballs. I mean, and the people that, was it Lord of the Dance? Like those ones?
Is that tap dancing?
Remember
or-
River Dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, the river dance, yeah. Oh, hey, well, speaking of exercise, Vivian Fernandez Decimito listening to you guys while actually working out at Paradise Fitness up in Dedido.
Nice. There you
Right up the
go.
street from there. Good job.
Ron Avellino writes running.
Oh, you know what? Did you guys hear the unfortunate
I
news
hate
today?
running. What?
Yeah, I know.
Remember our friend, our friend, and he's been on the link a couple times. Hank Rice, he's a local
Yeah.
musician and everything. A colleague of his is no longer with us. Remember Siegfried and Roy,
Yeah.
the two guys who did like the ones with the albino tigers and everything
Yeah.
like that. Siegfried actually passed away today.
Oh.
And so Hank, I mean, if you got, I mean, Hank's such a nice guy and everything
Sure
like that.
is.
But he has wonderful tributes because, yeah, I mean, in the magician and performing community and everything like that. I mean,
Siegfried's kind of legendary.
yeah, exactly.
Chris Cave, good morning.
Hey, Chris, good to see you, man.
Guys, the number here is 637-0094. If you have any tips or anything like that, and you want to send it to us, if you want to remain anonymous, that's fine.
Tips on tap dancing, perhaps?
Chris at KUAM.com, Sabrina at KUAM.com, also reporters at KUAM.com. Our number here is 637-0094. We're live on Facebook and the radio and KUAM TV at 6:30 on a Friday. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
Half a day, everybody. Governor Lulian Guerrero will likely be signing an executive order today declaring Guam in Peace Corps 2 effective on Monday. Adelup Communications Director Crystal Pacos and Augustine says, however, on Saturday, restaurants will be able to increase their capacities for indoor dining. The capacity will increase from 25 to 50%. Up to 15 people will be allowed for outdoor dining per party. No word yet on how the new executive order will apply to the government of Guam operations. Vaccinations continue today at Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan. 250 doses are being made available. The vaccinations are being administered to those in Category 1C, or those 60 years of age and older, wanting the first dose of the vaccine. Meanwhile, Guam Regional Medical City today is offering vaccinations to those still needing their second dose of the Pfizer vaccine from 1 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Vaccinations will be given on a first-come, first-served basis to the first 100 people who have already received their first dose between December 17th through the 22nd. Those who are due for their second dose are reminded to bring their immunization card to the vaccination clinic so it may be properly documented. A total of 12,637 people on Guam have been vaccinated so far. The Department of Revenue and Taxation remains closed as a result of an additional confirmed case of COVID. DRT is working with public health to identify all close contacts. Mass testing for DRT employees is scheduled for this Saturday. The agency is contacting those with appointments to reschedule. Meanwhile, 2 GDOE employees tested positive for COVID. One case was identified at DL Perez Elementary School, and the other was identified at Finagayan Elementary. GDOE is working closely with public health again to conduct contact tracing and close contacts. Areas of the offices will be cleaned and disinfected as needed. Public Health will be deploying its rapid engagement team to Dededo this weekend in hopes of containing COVID in the Santa Ana subdivision. According to Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera, the Santa Ana subdivision was selected as its next site for COVID testing because of an increase in positive cases in the area last year. According to a survey of the area, there are more than 50 residents they plan to reach out to for testing tomorrow. While the RET is deployed, they will also be handing out information pamphlets to spread awareness about the COVID vaccine. Additionally, a virtual town hall meeting will be held with the FSM community tentatively at 9 a.m. tomorrow to answer questions and provide additional awareness about the vaccines. More information will be disseminated from the Joint Information Center when all of the details are confirmed. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports out of 449 tests performed Wednesday, 13 returned positive for COVID. 2 of those cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. Guam's current COVID case count is now 7,457 confirmed cases since March of last year. There have been 124 deaths, 115 active cases, and a little over 7,200 recoveries. There are 6 people hospitalized, with 3 in ICU, 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 1.2. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Confident. Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. District Court of Guam Chief Judge Francis Tyrinko Gatewood sentenced former Dotye Mayor Jesse Blas the maximum sentence of 37 months in prison with credit for time served, followed by 3 years of supervised release. The court also ordered forfeiture in the amount of $11,700, the total amount of bribe money Blas accepted. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
A fallen public servant. That's how the chief judge described the ex-mayor of Jotnya right before announcing his sentence. Blas appeared for the 4th and final day of his sentencing hearing this morning with defense counsel Joseph Rosano. Attorney Rosano asked the court to move to closed chambers. After nearly 1 hour, both parties returned, and the defense withdrew their objection to the prosecution's request for sentencing request enhancements, meaning Blas no longer contested the government sentencing guidelines. Under the guidelines for pleading guilty to 1 count of extortion, Blas faced a maximum of 37 months in federal prison, followed by a 3-year supervised release term. The court ultimately agreed, but allowed credit for time served. The former mayor has been incarcerated for nearly 16 months, since his arrest on September 24, 2019. He was indicted on 13 counts for offenses related to allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for bribes from confidential informant identified as Brenda Kinian. He subsequently pled guilty to 1 count of extortion under color of official right. Over the course of the sentencing hearing, video and audio recordings between Kinian and Blas were played back as evidence of the crime. In court today, Judge Gatewood told Blas she was inclined to sentence him higher than the sentencing guidelines based on Kinian's testimony. Blas received 4 bribes totaling $11,700 in payments from Kinian, who posed as a drug trafficker from November 2018 to January 2019. While Rosano had previously argued for a lower sentence guideline, challenging the bribe payment amounts, the government stood firm in requesting Blas face the maximum penalty. Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro argued, quote, "It is important to note the seriousness of this. Mr. Blas has spent his life in public service. He was a court marshal, he was a police officer, and then the mayor. He took something that was meant to be of service for his village and put it to his own use. We deserve better from our public officials here," unquote. Addressing the court, the 58-year-old former mayor read a lengthy letter accepting responsibility for his actions. He said in the 470 days of imprisonment he has served thus far, the days and nights go by with him feeling afraid, and he vowed to never commit another crime. Blas stated, "I feel my punishment has already started. This is the most painful thing of my entire life. This crime presented itself to me by way of temptation and took control over me. In truth, I just wanted some money. But the need for money is no justification for my action, but merely a reason. I am not perfect, nor will I ever be. I made a serious mistake." Blas added since the onset of COVID-19, he was fearful for his life, Bloss has medical concerns and comorbidities, and when COVID entered the Department of Corrections, these emotions were only heightened. He said prison staff was slow to implement safety plans, and to date, his fears remain. Bloss's remorse was noted, as were his medical conditions. However, the chief judge ultimately sentenced him to the maximum penalty. Judge Gatewood recommended he serve the time in Hawaii or in California. The defense requested Hawaii because Bloss's fiancee, former Guam Department of Education Deputy Superintendent Stacy Coletta, resides there. Coletta is no longer with GDOE. Judge Gatewood further ordered Bloss write a letter of apology within 1 week to the village of Zhontya for violating their trust. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
The governor's office confirms a complaint involving allegations of corruption and poor management at the government of Guam's quarantine facility in Tumon has been forwarded to the Department of Public Health for their review. KOM has received a copy of the complaint alleging certain nurses assigned to the government quarantine facility are logging hours for work they are not performing. Included in the complaint are allegations that certain nurses who are assigned suites in the hotel are sleeping on the job, drinking alcohol, or not even on site. The complaint cites an incident during which a passenger complained of chest pain and shortness of breath, but no assessment was performed and the passenger was not offered to be transferred to the Guam Memorial Hospital ER for evaluation. She told the passenger to go to sleep. They're probably just nervous, the complaint stated. One of the nurses also allegedly participated in the free community testing at the Micronesia Mall in December and mislabeled 3 people as negative. The supervisor had to call these individuals to inform them that it was a mistake. DPHSS spokesperson Janela Correa confirms the complaint was received. Quote, the matter is currently under review by DPHSS management. Despite a contradictory opinion from Congressman Michael San Nicolas, Labor Director Dave De La Sola is sticking to his guns. He maintained that based on the most recent guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor, only those who are fully unemployed as a result of the COVID crisis are qualified for pandemic unemployment assistance. Here's more.
Labor Director De La Sola made the stunning announcement Wednesday that those who are working reduced hours are no longer qualified for PUA, and he's sticking with that.
From the guidance that I have and from what I heard, they do not qualify. I am also asking to try to get directly to DC to explain to me why they're not, what was the change. And I did ask the congressman to do the same.
In a hastily called news conference yesterday, Congressman Michael San Nicolas said the new law passed December 30th made no changes to the PUA program, and he speculates it must be an administrative change that needs to be corrected. De La Sola says he's just following the most recent guidance over the weekend that explicitly excludes those working reduced hours.
It's their money that they gave me, it's their program that I'm implementing, it's their instructions that I follow. And I hope that he can get somewhere and get it changed. I don't care where it gets changed, because I would love it for our people to get back qualified again.
But until it's changed, De La Sola says he could not in good conscience not advise the thousands of reduced hour workers of the implications of the new guidance. As far as he knows, if they were to claim and receive additional payments, they'd be liable for paying it all back.
This is what I'm doing, turning on the system. I'm going to pay those who are unemployed. They need the money now. They have no work. Tell the people with reduced hours not to file. According to the guidance, they're saying that they're not qualified, and I'll confirm it and circle around it next week whenever I can get through to them.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Congressman San Nicolas issued a statement saying, quote, the recent guidance referenced by the Guam Director of Labor affecting PUA eligibility for workers with reduced hours is not consistent with statute. Congress has made no change in law to prompt this dramatic shift in interpretation, and we will work with the Biden administration to fix the confusion. The public is urged not to panic as we work to address this misinterpretation. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight.
Thanks, Peter. 2 Port Authority of Guam employees turned in resignation letters after not submitting to a drug test, according to an interoffice memo obtained by KUAM. Port General Manager Rory Respicio ordered random drug testing of employees within one of their divisions on Monday. All 24 employees that were tested were negative, except for the 2 who did not submit to testing. Additionally, one employee was issued a notice of proposed adverse action because he warned his coworkers through an employee group chat on WhatsApp not to bring in illegal items to the port compound because Port Police is conducting random searches. According to the memo, a notice of proposed adverse action was also issued to a supervisor, 2 leaders, and superintendent for, quote, willfully endangering port employees' lives for dereliction of their duties and responsibilities in providing a safe, drug-free workplace. Ms. Fisher wrote, quote, we must end the acceptance or practice of looking the other way when other port employees are knowingly under the influence of drugs or alcohol. President Trump has become the first president to ever be impeached twice. The impeachment proceedings now move to the Senate for a trial, but that won't happen until after President Trump leaves office. Natalie Brand is on Capitol Hill with those details and what is being done to keep the Capitol safe ahead of next week's presidential inauguration.
On this vote, the ayes are 232. The nays are 197.
It was the most bipartisan presidential impeachment vote in modern history, with 10 House Republicans joining their Democratic colleagues.
Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to our country.
A Senate trial is not expected until after next week's inauguration, and 17 Republicans would need to join with every Democrat in order to convict the president of inciting an insurrection. In a letter to his GOP colleagues Wednesday, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said, I have not made a final decision on how I will vote, and I intend to listen to the legal arguments when they are presented to the Senate. But others in his party remain firmly against convicting the president.
Let's stand up for the idea that post-presidential impeachments are bad for the presidency, bad for the country, and if we go along with it as Republicans, we will destroy the Republican Party.
Within the past 24 hours, new fencing has gone up to reinforce the security perimeter around the Capitol. Up to 20,000 National Guard troops are expected in Washington, D.C. ahead of the inauguration, some of them armed. In a video released last night, President Trump made no mention of his second impeachment, but instead warned against more riots.
No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag.
CBS News has learned of a new law enforcement bulletin warning that the success of last week's breach is likely to fuel more violence among domestic extremist groups. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
About 30 soldiers from the Guam National Guard are preparing to head to the nation's capital to provide security for the inauguration, which is scheduled for the 20th. The National Guard is still selecting which soldiers will go, and it will be on a voluntary basis. The 30 Guam soldiers will join, again, approximately 20,000 troops from other states in the effort to assist civil authorities in ensuring a safe and secure transition of power for the nation. And that is your news. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag #ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the Territorial Epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
What a beautiful sunrise on this Friday. Good morning. 6:49. The show brought to you by Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. It's Friday. Viva Betness. Let's head into the K-Wave News Zoom room where we have the president of the Guam Federation of Teachers as we get ready for last weekend before going back to school, Tim Fidenko. Good morning, Tim.
Unmute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we'll just get right into it. What are you hearing from the union membership about return to school on Tuesday and the resumption of face-to-face learning?
Well, everyone's there, it's 50-50, I would say. Some are ready to go back, not worried. So many of them are worried. I think having the shots would ease that little, the vaccine would ease the worry some, but even that being said, only about 20% of the teachers at my school opted for the vaccine the first time around. So you aren't going to hit herd immunity with those kind of numbers. Right. But personally, I'm fine with it. Everyone's washing their hands. We have PPEs in place. Distancing. Everyone's working in their room. We'll see. We have to try it sooner or later, right? Yeah. To see how it goes with the students. We were ready in the beginning of the year, and then it got changed. The governor declared Core 1, so we couldn't really experiment with what we had the first time. Right. But I think we're good. Anyone who doesn't have, some people, I did hear through the grapevine, some are asking about PPEs, but if you don't have that, you should talk to your principal. If you can't get any results out of your principal, then definitely go to the superintendent, because they assured us that all PPEs, alcohol, spray bottles, masks, gloves would be issued out. And
I think on the one end of drinking fountains hasn't quite been remedied yet for the students. They're waiting on that. I have a meeting with the superintendents later this afternoon. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's not the best education the kids are getting.
Is it
right
adequate
now,
though?
Yeah.
Tim, so those teachers, if you're hearing if they don't have supplies and PPEs, you're right. I mean, Superintendent Fernandez has said that those are available. But do you think is there an issue with maybe getting them out to the school level that you know of?
No, I mean the PPEs at my school have been there since August. The very first week I was issued my mask and alcohol and sanitizer and spray bottles. Maybe some schools, it's up to the individual principal, right? Maybe some of them did it in a different way. I don't know.
Are you still a librarian, Tim?
Yeah, I'm still a librarian at Price Elementary. You
Right.
bet.
So what's the protocol for library? I mean, because kids touching books and all that.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're gonna try to do a push-in where we take in a cart, kind of focusing on the subject the teacher's doing, cart of books on the subjects. They're not going to get quite the freedom to pick some things, depending on the librarians. I'm sure we can get a mix and match. Have them get those books from the cart as a push-in so they don't travel as much. Get a story time and then check out a book and then turn the book in with the cart. We'll leave it sit on the cart for 3 days, untouched. By then the COVID should be gone. And then check them back in. That's my plan. Other librarians have different plans. I think I could even open up the library for kids to use. There's a capacity of 22 size-wise in our library, but every library is different on Guam. Some libraries are literally like closets. I mean, it's all different.
What school What school are you at?
I teach at Price Elementary in Manila.
How many students do you have an idea are actually returning to Price?
Yeah, I do. We're getting about, I think, almost 200, a little under 200, over 100, under 200. How would that help you?
Wow.
I mean, it kind of changes. Even the beginning of the school year, you get kids just show up that day, right? That they never registered or anything like that. And with the 500 missing, so maybe some of those will come in there. And then kids that have never been to school might show up on that first day as well. So we're thinking under 200 per day on an A day and then on a B day, out of a population of about 600.
Wow. So about a third.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of kids are opting for online and hard copy for sure.
Are there any, have you heard any or received any complaints or conversation from teachers or anyone, members of the union who maybe aren't comfortable with returning to face-to-face? And so is the Department of Education affording these staff to the opportunity to maybe not do face-to-face? Or is everybody...
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've had one resign. She has medical conditions. She did not want to come back face-to-face. She was a retired teacher. And so right off the bat, we're short now already. Some of the other teachers are doing online if it's affordable, if they can do it, they're working it out. Once again, it's kind of the principals have a lot on their shoulder. They're kind of monitoring it, and the grade levels in elementary get together and say, well, I've got, so many online. You take the online, you're a higher risk, maybe you got some comorbidities, then I'll take the face-to-face kids, you know what I mean? So they're working out that way. But yeah, there's definitely, don't get me wrong, there's people that are scared about going back for sure.
So is there a process or a remedy? I mean, because I'm just not, obviously we've never been in a pandemic before. So if, let's say, if someone has to do face-to-face and they just don't want to for, whatever reason, medical, or maybe they're a caregiver, is there a process with the union for them to go through?
Well, it wouldn't be through the union, but in HR has given a video for everyone who's worried about it and what you can do. And, you can resign back within 4 years to your spot and your pay. It may not necessarily be your school, but of course you would be without pay, but you're going to get your spot and your job back when the pandemic is over, if that's the situation. Others, most, the superintendent's been working with ways teachers online if they have comorbidities, high blood pressure, diabetes, doctor's note, that kind of stuff. Sometimes some of them are caregivers. From what I'm hearing, though, everyone's been pretty supportive of each other and allowing them to stay home and teach online.
I have a question, and it's not necessarily just all about the Guam Department of Education, because the GFT doesn't just, deal with GDOE. What about other government of Guam agencies? Issues with like overtime. I know that there was concerns like at DOC at one point that they weren't getting their overtime. Are you guys getting complaints or concerns from union members?
Yeah, definitely. They're way behind for overtime. In fact, we're filing suit with them again. Robert's the field rep for that, and he handles that the best, but he's kept me up. He says, it's DOC that's behind. I think fire's behind. Fire department's way behind with their overtime. And then we have to threaten lawsuits, and then all of a sudden it seems to get paid.
Well, have you heard public health is behind?
I haven't heard that offhand. I still teach full time, so
okay.
I don't know everything, right? Okay. But Robert, and it probably, public health has been on the radar for a long time. Okay. They're habitual. DOC's habitual with not paying overtime.
Right.
Eventually they'll pay it,
Is that kind of the mentality? I mean, I know that you said that you had to threaten the lawsuits, but it seems like this is just a recurring theme. We get Ed Byrne on here, and he's like, "Oh, the agencies aren't turning it in," or I don't know where.
It's paperwork.
Yeah.
It's, things like that.
Yep. It's like it's almost becoming habitual. Eventually, it'll get to a point where, people vote differently. I don't know, But yeah, we keep it. Good thing Robert's on top of it, and we're sending it DOA saying, "Hey, you're behind. What's going on here?"
Oh, here he is. Yeah.
So basically, we need to speak with Robert.
He's right here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, good morning, Robert.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
We were just talking about you. Were your ears burning?
Yeah.
So we're asking Tim here about overtime issues, pay issues. I know that you had sent me something that it's mostly happening with law enforcement. Where's that?
Yep, the overtime pay again and again and again. I'm sorry, just give me a second here.
Okay.
Kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Overtime pay and differential pay with law enforcement seem to be major sources of contention and employee dissatisfaction right now. Morning, Tim.
Morning, Robert.
So can you tell us which agencies haven't been getting their overtime? I know that Tim had mentioned GFD, DOC. What about like GPD, public health?
Right. So, yeah, we started receiving floods of calls and complaints about this, maybe 2 weeks ago. We started following up on the complaints. I would say majority are law enforcement and not so much DOE at all. But with law enforcement, it was this, we're not being paid our overtime and we're X number of pay periods behind. I talked to DOA, and it's surprising. I don't know if I should say it that way, but DOA was on page with the law. When I talked to the department administration, they didn't understand why this was happening. You know, the agency heads shouldn't be requiring people to work if they don't have money to pay them. And overtime is due in the same pay period with the regular wages. You know, when they're paid, you pay your overtime as well. They helped out a little bit by releasing a memorandum, one they wrote back in November 2020, advising the agency heads to, you know, either pay your overtime when it's due or don't require your people to work. The information I'm getting now is that overtime is now being paid out, and it won't be all at once. Overtime will be paid over a couple pay periods until it's caught up. But the issue we have with the union is like every 8 weeks we got to do this, and you know, it shouldn't be that way. You know, that's not how the law is done. So, you know, we're maybe looking at better ways to try and enforce the law.
Right.
Is it a paperwork issue, just to be clear, or is it a money issue? We don't have the money, just because we always hear, oh, well, if they're not, you know, the paperwork's not right.
You know, they can come up with lots of excuses for their negligence. We all, I think, tend to justify, you know, ourselves so we can live with ourselves in the decisions we make. But the fact at the end of the day, you know, you're not supposed to require people to work if you don't have money to pay them. And you know, that the buck stops there. That's how the law is written, and that's how it needs to be done. You know, it's not this idea in their head that, well, overtime isn't regular wages, so I don't necessarily have to pay those right away. Maybe I could wait a month and pay them. Doesn't work that way.
And it's unfortunate that we kind of just get used to it, because I don't know how many times we've heard complaints about, like you said, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks behind on paying overtime. And we're talking about frontliners. We were talking about people who worked throughout the duration of the pandemic, and for these frontliners to get treated like they're on the back of the bus, it's just terrible.
Yeah, you know, the detail pay as well, and you know, this is another area where the employees are very frustrated. You know, I don't know if the governor realizes it, but the temper of many of the public employees is boiling. You know, these people are angry. They play by a certain set of rules, and they expect the government to play by the same rules. And when the government doesn't play by the rules, you know, people are getting very angry. So, you know, I don't know if the governor realizes this or not, but these little things involving pay are very, very upsetting to employees. Everybody's looking for money right now. And those who feel like they're owed money, you know, and can't seem to get it are very upset and angry. And when we're talking about, you know, the DOC, GPD, the fire department, whatever agency it might be, those probably aren't the people that we can afford to be upset. So, you know, the detail pay, when what happens is the government seems to be avoiding promotions. And instead of promoting employees, we'll just detail employees into higher positions. Mm-hmm. Well, when they do that, the rules require, you know, differential pay. And so these people who accept, well, not even accept, they're told, they're given a memorandum informing them of their detail assignment. And then, to be quite honest, detail assignment problem has been going on since the Calvo administration. And I now have some individuals who've been holding higher positions for as long as 4 years. Now, the law requires that those detail assignments terminate in 90 days. And that's considered long enough to announce your position, do your interviews, and hire somebody to fill the position. But instead of promoting employees, we'll just stick employees in these higher positions and avoid promotions. Because the government is doing this, we're looking at using the whistleblower process, which is going to hold each agency head liable, $1,000 per violation for employees who are held in a detailed position beyond the 90 days. I think this will get their attention. Maybe we can cause this to finally stop, because it's just ridiculous how widespread and common this is. Fire chief appeared in front of the Civil Service Commission. He told the commission every single firefighter is working at a job one step above what they were hired to do. So your lieutenants are working as captains. Your captains are working as battalion chiefs. The jaws dropped at the commission. Oh my God, you opened Pandora's box. And, what are we going to do now? So, the government knows what's going on. They're not doing anything to solve the problem. And so we're going to step up. So this is a message to the governor of Guam. We are looking at extreme remedies for extreme problems. Certainly we're willing to try and work it out, but money's due and wages need to be paid, and employees, expect to be paid in accordance with laws and rules that are in place. So that's what we do, and that's where we're at right now.
Rob, I just wanted, going back to that whole detail situation, and you said, like, for example, the person that's been in that position working at a higher, I guess, rank, would that individual, for example, or anybody in a similar position be entitled to back pay for working at that higher level?
Right. After you hold a detailed position.
I want to say I heard like a lawsuit or something in the Civil Service Commission kind of related to this.
Yeah, we've been in the commission, a dozen times on this issue. And, it's very frustrating. Even the commission itself tries to find ways to, avoid this. One ruling, they said, well, the individual has to be qualified. Mm-hmm. Well, that's not what the law says. The law says that if you work in a higher position, you're due to pay. Yeah. That's anything about being qualified, because this would allow your agency heads just to choose unqualified people to hold higher level positions. Mm-hmm. That's certainly contrary to public interest. Mm-hmm. When the ambulance comes to my house, I want the best qualified individuals to treat my family members. I don't want the least qualified who are positioned above step.
Mm-hmm. What with overtime? Do you have like an average, or what's the longest amount of time that overtime hasn't been paid? Just on average, you can kind of recall.
Yeah, that's tough. That would require me to remember all the different cases that we brought. I can't remember yesterday.
Well, I mean, we've heard just on the show 7 weeks, 9 weeks. Pretty standard. Yeah, pay periods.
Yeah, each week too. So, well, we don't want to let it get too far behind. Then we get accused of sitting on our hands. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's usually start getting about 4 pay periods behind. People start to complain. The promises start to wear thin after a couple months. And so, you should start coming in around then, and it takes a little while to get some commitment from the government to start paying it.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that we struggle to pay these frontliners and law enforcement the overtime that they're owed, but we don't struggle to recruit these political hires above step, and walking on the first day on the job earning $90,000.
Right.
So yeah. I don't think it's an issue of the money.
Those are agency heads. Yeah. I assume. I hope nobody's walking in on the job picking up $90,000. It's not an agency head. Right.
Yeah.
For a deputy, that's kind of crazy.
I did ask Public Health yesterday, because we had received information that they hadn't received overtime, COVID-19 hazardous pay for over 5 pay periods. And so the response
that would be. Yeah, that's the employees. I did followed up with DOA on that, and according to DOA, everybody has a role, but the agency has responsible to make sure that they have money to pay the employees before they require those employees to perform work.
Yeah.
And so if indeed there's no money in their budget, they need to pick up that phone and do something. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, they might have to slow down on testing or something like that, because how would you like if I hire you to come over and build my house that I don't pay you?
Yeah. Well, this was the response that I got from Public Health. We are working to get hazardous pay paid to public health staff, and also working with the different divisions on ensuring paperwork is processed promptly. It's a matter of getting all the timesheets and documents submitted on time or processed correctly in some instances. So, are you saying that that's just a bunch of BS? It's really just that we just don't have the money?
Nope, I'm not saying we don't have the money. I don't know what the balance in these people's accounts are. But I'll tell you, if they can't meet their payroll obligations timely, then you got a management issue. You've got inadequate management there who's not getting the job done. And if you can't run the agency, my goodness, step down and let somebody else step up who can do the job. All they got to do is, get their payroll division working. If they're only working 1 day a week, maybe we should make them work 2 days a week. And I'm talking about under this PCOR 1, with the reduced hours.
Yeah.
I don't know how much payroll is working. Are they working full time and it's not enough? Is it because there are vacancies that aren't being filled? Is the legislature aware that you need more positions? Whatever it takes to do the job, that's what you got to do, if you're in that position.
Talking about the legislature, have you guys gotten any response or had any dialogue with any of the senators who oversee law enforcement or any of the employees who are affected by this shortchanging of overtime?
Well, right now the legislature is going through a transition, and you got some coming in and some going out. Everybody's kind of settling in. It'll probably be a few weeks before I think they'll be functional.
What about go ahead. What was that, Tim?
I said the shorter answer is no. Legislation doesn't usually reach out as much as I thought they would to the union.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think they would, but Sanjay does. He's the vice president, former president. He has connections, friends that are in the legislation, but yeah, they're kind of, when we go and testify is about the time we meet them.
That's interesting.
But speaking of the legislature, if I may,
yeah.
Yesterday Clint Rigel took issue with the CCU and the PUC. One of the big concerns we have there, and it involves the new power plant, is that the CCU and PUC will be shutting down Cadmus Island when the new power plant opens. They will be laying off again local families, local workers who have good paying middle income jobs. And the new power plant, they're turning those jobs over to foreign workers. I pardon my French, but what the hell? These are classified public employee jobs. And we need good jobs on Guam. All the people of Guam need good jobs. This is absurd. You don't take the few remaining good jobs we have and turn them over to foreign workers for no good reason. Those are Guam jobs. And yeah, I agree with Clint. If the CCU and the PUC can't see their way to work for the people of Guam, then we don't need them. Then go somewhere else. Go work for someone else, because on Guam, those are Guam jobs for Guam families. Sorry, I'm very emotional about it.
That's good.
I think that everybody on Guam needs good pay to take care of their family. I think our children need opportunities on this island so they don't have to move away after college to find a job that pays better than $9 an hour.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Let me bend
children can't buy homes. 30-year-old kids still living at home because there's no options out there. There are no rungs on the ladder for them to climb.
Let me ask you guys, what do you think about this bill to delay the minimum wage increase for a year?
Of course. Cheat people out of their wages. We made it a law. Now we don't want to follow it. That's the thing. Why do we do this to ourselves? These are the people of Guam. These are the people who are going to shop in your stores. They're going to go down and buy cars at the car lots. These are people who are going to buy houses on Guam or build houses. But no. Let's just take away their wages. They don't need money.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is sarcasm.
Well, you might think so. During PCOR 1, my bush cutter walked away. My chainsaw walked away. My welding machine walked away. I think there were 4 items in all. I know people are hurting because they're doing whatever they have to survive. And, I think maybe our senators are out of touch. Maybe our governors are out of touch. They don't realize the temperature out here. Like I said, people are angry and others are desperate. and enough's enough. We need to get our wages up. I heard Biden say he's going to jump it up to $15 an hour. And if President Biden does that, well, hell, Guam can't even handle $9. You know, how are they going to handle that?
Any update on the double pay situation lawsuit? Was that ever filed?
It is.
Yeah, it's still going through. The court case is still ongoing. It's in the court. You know, wheels of justice move really slow. It takes years for things to get done. But yeah, it's still we're still pursuing it. You bet.
All right.
We haven't lost yet. Put it that way.
So the theme here: employees, hardworking employees of the government of Guam and the public sector, not getting their overtime. They're having to wait, 5 to 9 pay periods. It's egregious. Governor's out of touch. Employees are pissed because they're not being paid. They're struggling. They're not being taken seriously. It's pretty depressing.
It's interesting that before the whole march on the White House, I wanted to go ahead and bring these employees down to the governor's office. But at this point, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't want anybody getting upset down
They're going to
there.
call them terrorists.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Wow. So how do we get it sounds like you guys need a seat at the table, but you're not even in the house.
Yeah, I hear you. That I think is probably it too. Yeah. This whole mentality, about I know the governor gets accused of political appointees and political acts, hiring family, this and that. But after they do, they treat them so bad. You know what I'm saying? They take advantage of them. They don't pay their wages properly. You name it. So even allegations of harassment in the workplace. So if we're hiring family and friends, which is what I hear, we sure don't care much about them.
Well, it depends which family and friends, because they hired the Democratic Party chair for $80,000. They hired a failed senatorial candidate for $90,000. So those.
Right. Well, I was actually responding to your allegations. I don't know that goes on. I know agency heads are appointed by the governor based on her trust and loyalty.
Yeah.
But after that, I think the merit system's still out there. I hope it is.
Well, thanks, Tim and
anything in closing?
Robert.
I think we got a bunch of great sound bites, but if you got something else in you, let's get it out.
You guys got vaccinated? No, next week?
No,
maybe?
no, not yet. Not yet. I'm only 54, so I'm waiting.
But next week, right? They're anticipated to give the vaccination to educators.
We haven't heard anything official on that, unless you know something more than I do. I've been asking. Like I said, I have a meeting with the superintendent this afternoon, but we're still waiting. They're planning that out.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
at one point, I think they listed their priorities, and as I listened to that on who was next, I believe teachers are in the next group.
Right. Yeah. And bus drivers.
Here's what we have done. We have every teacher should have filled out and employee and DOE should have filled out a survey listing their age, if they have high blood or diabetes or other comorbidities, and they're supposed to turn that in, and if they want the shot or not. So there were 3 questions, and I believe what I've heard is after that they're going to get the numbers, and then they're going to start the program for vaccinations.
Well, good luck next week on the return to face-to-face. Stay safe.
Everybody wear your masks, keep a distance, and wash your hands, huh?
Robert, keep us in the loop, man. Don't wait till it's, you got to take people to court. Come on the show. Keep me posted. If people aren't getting paid their overtime, we're here to help.
Yeah, Robert,
thank you very much.
Robert's high blood is going to prevent put him up on the up.
Yeah, but if you talk about it more, you're not all bottled up. You know what I mean? You got to get that release.
Civil.
Feel you, Robert. Admire your passion. Thank you, Tim.
Well, Civil Service Commission opens on Tuesday.
Oh boy.
And there's a place where we can start releasing some of our steam.
Get ready, Civil Service Commission.
Oh boy.
Robert's going to go up there with like 5 boxes of complaints.
It's a truckload.
Well, see you guys. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Take care.
Appreciate
Sabrina,
it.
thank you.
Bye.
Well.
Wow. That's crazy. That's just nuts.
Now,
it's
now
shameful.
we know who to call, right?
It's shameful. It really is, man. These people are working so hard, and it's not over. Just because you guys caught COVID and you got the vaccine and you're good, doesn't mean everyone else out here is doing great. And I mean, these are people they shouldn't have to worry about. You shouldn't have to worry about that type of crap. You're going out, out there, whether it's chasing down crackheads in the street, guarding prisoners at the prison,
transporting
right?
patients,
or administering shots with the Department of Public Health.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't have to worry about this. And it's not like we don't have the money, or is it? Because I'm saying that we have money to hire your pari. We got money to hire people that the people of Guam didn't even want to serve as a senator. Then there's got to be money.
Yeah. And I have a difficult time accepting that it's a paperwork problem when
Yeah.
we've been in this pandemic for 9-10 months now.
Yeah. And it's not even like this just happens in the pandemic. This is, what, all of a sudden we don't know how to do paperwork anymore?
Yeah,
Jason?
You know what I just realized, Bree, when you said that? Today is exactly 10 months to the day the pandemic officially began. March 15th, 2020.
Oh, it's not March.
No, I'm saying it's
Oh.
10 months after.
Oh.
That's the day it started.
I was getting nervous, like it's March already?
It's January.
Yeah. Happy St. Patrick's Day,
Like,
by the
where
way.
was I?
What happened? I blinked.
Yeah, you took that 1 week break back in January and everything like that, and you've never been the same since.
Yeah, it's just there's a huge disconnect.
One big malfunction.
It is. We have some comments here. F. Glenn, our leaders are out of touch, living in their own bubble, self-serving, only themselves. I hope this year is better and our newly elected leaders fulfill their promises.
Have we asked Glenn how he feels about going back?
Most of your leaders have a personal agenda, setting themselves up for the future. This is what people think of our elected leaders. You lost the election, but you win the connection. Yeah, and it's just, and what they said about the senators, they're right. If I was a senator, I would be storming into these agencies, pay these people. You know what I mean? Draw attention to this issue. But the problem is when you got half of these senators so far up the governor's skirt, they can't see the sun.
Whoa.
They're not going to go to bat for the little people. That's what it is. They're just there's only a few senators who dare question anything that comes out of Adelup. And so they're complicit. They don't want to piss off the governor because when you make the governor mad, like the bars, you're just...
Yeah, it's not just, like you said, it's not just senators. It is
Yeah.
business leaders.
Right.
It's several different people.
So I just feel like, they said they're not getting anything from the... And yeah, they're in transition now, but they were in office all last year. Where are those senators who go to bat for the working people? Where are they? Where are you at? Huh? 7:25. Take a quick break, and we'll come back with more of The Link. It's The Breeze. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Keep us in the comments. Again, the number 637-0094. It's The Link on The Breeze, proudly brought to you by Carrier. All right? When it gets hot here on The Link, we cool it down. With some AC. IT&E and Cowboy
That was a
Enterprises.
pretty hot discussion.
That was. No, but I mean, you feel the frustration, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just the same thing over and over and over again. And I seem to recall the platform of Lou and Josh was that they were going to treat the public employees with respect and restore the merit system. And it's that
I got to find that platform.
I got it.
Yeah. We made copies before the website was deleted.
Yeah, because it deleted off the web. And that's why I was going hard on the Ethics Commission thing, because, with the Ethics Commission, you could sit here and say, well, Eddie didn't do it or Carl didn't do it, but Lou and Josh campaigned on that. It was a big part of their platform. And I don't know, if I was a government Guam employee and I'm not getting my overtime in 9 pay periods, I might want to file something with the Ethics Commission, but I can't. We're going to take a break again. I got to check my high blood. I need to go take one of those apple cider vinegar gummies. Is that for high blood? I don't even know what it's for, but Sabrina got me taking it. It's Friday, January 15th. Good morning, Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save 1 life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live, feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
I'm just a bachelor, looking for a partner, someone knows how to ride without even falling off. Gotta be compatible, text me to my limits, girl, when I break you off, I promise that you won't wanna get off. Yo, honey, let's do it, ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting, come and jump on it. Yo, honey, let's do it, ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting, come and jump on it. Jump on it. Sitting here flossing, peeping your steelo. Just once if I had a chance, things I would do to you, me in your body, every single portion.
Yeah, Jay. I really got some memories of this song when the original by Genuine came out. I was at UOG at the time, and they used to play this at everybody's like fiesta, and it's interesting because you even see like the older crowd, they'd be like, oh, like it's
Oh, that is the cowboy song.
Yeah, but you would never dare actually say the lyrics because
Oh, it's a nice song about riding the ponies.
yeah. I've got a lot of memories of being. You remember? Okay, what kind of young person?
You ever
were you?
but you be at the fiesta, the song's playing, then you get that one auntie who's like, wait a second. I'm what?
She's wise to it, right? She's like, Okay, so Rory Respicio, the general manager of the Port Authority, is in the Zoom room right now, and we were just asking, like what kind of young person he was, because I was the kind of person, I had like the bolo chain, the wingtip shoes, slacks. I'm guessing, Chris, you were like a members only jacket guy, right?
Never.
You never had a members only jacket?
No, come on, Jake.
But Joe Sir was Mr. Parachute Pants. Sabrina,
yeah.
I'm sure, had like the checkerboard Vans.
We all had the parachute pants.
I did have the members only jacket.
You had the members. What color?
I had all the colors.
Wow.
And she had the Sammy's jacket too.
Oh, the Sammy's
I'm
jacket.
gonna wear that next week.
Yeah. Now you're on leave next week.
Oh yeah.
Yep, guys. Sabrina's going on leave. So when we get all crazy next week, don't tell her mom.
I actually want to ask something because so Rory's in now. You got him, Joe Sir?
Sabrina's gonna call us on Tuesday. Like, what is going on in there?
Rory Buenas, I just got to ask you. I saw you nodding in very proud approval when Sabrina said she had the Sammy's jacket. Everybody on Guam had the Sammy's jacket, but were you the kind you had the map of Guam on the back, or did you have like Respicio down the sleeve?
No, in fact, we were having dinner with just me and family last night, and my brother kept talking about back in elementary school, I had the members only jacket because I was a member of the safety patrol. And so I had the safety patrol safety badge.
Oh, nice.
My jacket over, and I would go and see anybody cutting in front of the line. This is me at 4th or 5th grade, and
everybody wanted that. Everybody wanted that vest. Just like when you
True
had like the
story.
school portraits, everyone wanted to be like that first kid that would like hold up, like the blackboard that would say like, Mr. Barnett's class like 5C. You'd be like that kid that would hold up the board. It was a great day if you did that.
Safety patrol. Wow. I was in safety patrol too.
Yeah, I bet you were.
You remember?
Well, those were the
Very
foundations of leadership, and I can absolutely see that, Rory. So maybe it's very overdue, but thank you for your service as a member of the safety patrol.
Well, and then having my big brother in the same school to run to if ever I have to enforce the rules. So it's all we talked about last night.
Well, your leadership carries on. Safety patrol over at the Port Authority of Guam. We got a copy of that inter-office memo, and 24 out of 24 with the random drug testing negative. But then there were these notice of proposed adverse actions. Can you just tell us what prompted the random drug testing, first of all?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I didn't do a press release on this.
Right.
But I did a memo to all the employees informing them of our random drug testing. And obviously, I would have got around to it as I always do in the spirit of transparency, but that memo got leaked to the media, which is fine with me, right? So then you guys were calling to ask for a comment. I provided a statement. I going down this path even before my appointment as general manager, I was subcommittee chair for the young girl to neuro transition. So we've heard chatter of the drug use going on at the port. We've heard long-standing chatter that the drugs are coming at the port. I'll have to say that for my entire 2 years, from an operations perspective, we have no evidence of the drugs being facilitated by the port employees, and certainly there are always going to be active investigations to audit those processes. Now, in terms of conducting random drug testing, the first year we were doing drug testing based on workplace accidents. We had no positives. Toward the latter part of last year, we had a workplace accident. The employee was tested. He was positive. And then a couple of weeks after that, so around mid-December, we had an incident, small damage to port property. There was a hole in the wall, gypsum board, and 3 people got tested. 2 came back positive for crystal meth. So at that point, I talked to our deputies, Dominic and Louis, and I had a management team meeting. And I said that I'm going to be issuing a memo to all the employees. I'm going to be reminding them of the drug-free workplace policy and the enforcement of it. I'm going to be reminding them that because of all the positions at the port, including myself as general manager on down, are all test designated positions. We're going to do drug testing based on reasonable suspicion and continue to do drug testing based on workplace accidents. And in that meeting, I told the management team, the division heads, look to your leaders all the way up. And if and reach out, and if they need help, get them to see me. Let's work with HR. We'll get them with Guam Behavioral Health. We'll get them the help that they need. But if they're going to be determined positive as a result of a drug test, then that's too late. And if an employee is found positive, and I know and I can confirm that the leader on up had evidence or had an idea or knew that employee should have been drug tested anyway for reasonable suspicion, I will not hesitate to take adverse action. And so that memo was released to all the employees on December 31st. And then so this past Monday, we did a random drug testing based on reasonable suspicion for one division. 24 people were tested, as you just mentioned. All 24 came back negative. There were 2 evaders. One employee said he forgot something in his car, and so he left. The other employee...
I forgot something in my car excuse.
Yeah. The other employee said that I forgot, I'm coughing, I'm not feeling well, I have to leave. And in the past, if an employee does not take the drug test, apparently they go on sick leave for 5 days, then they come back.
But I was very clear to HR. You call the two of them up and advise them that they're already evading the drug-free workplace policy, and so that's grounds for adverse action. And if they just come in and give a specimen and let the chips fall where they may, we'll take it from there. And so within that day, they both chose to resign. Nobody told them to resign. They chose to resign, but that they resign in bad standing, and so they won't have those reemployment rights. And so
dishonorable resignation. Rory, you said a lot in the beginning there, but we had got a tip that several weeks ago 3 workers in the yard tested positive. Did you confirm that?
For COVID, because I had another media
drugs
last night.
Drugs.
2 of them. I just mentioned that when we tested 3, 2 came back positive. And I'll talk a little bit about. So the first workplace accident, the employee did everything right. He admitted to his use. It was meth, and so in the policy, drug-free workplace policy, there's suspension and little termination. So I chose to take the maximum consequence allowable. It was still very financially painful for that employee. He went to Guam Behavioral Health, did the intake, did the drug rehabilitation. And I have about 10 days from the time I issued the notice of proposed adverse action to taking final action. And so within those 10 days, I had him tested within those 10 days several times, and he came back negative. So when it was the 10th day, I did what I did in terms of giving the maximum consequence based on the administrative action process. And then the employee is still at work. But then the rules provide that if he were to test positive at any time, then that's automatic termination. In the case of the 2, same process, owning up to it, going through behavioral health. I tested the 2 of them that tested positive. 1 came back positive again. And so obviously you can figure what the result for that was. And then the other employee came back negative, still going through Guam Behavioral Health. And so this is what I'm telling the employees, that I've been general manager for 2 years. I believe in the Port Strong family concept. I've asked them to make Dominic Louie and I part of the family, and we're treating these incidences as though any family would treat drug addiction, substance abuse, alcohol abuse in the workplace and at home. And so we're going down this process. So if the chatter is there's rampant drug use at the port, we tested 24 and all 24 came back negative.
Are you planning on testing other divisions?
Yeah, we're gonna continue to go down this road, and that drug test, only the one person in HR and myself knew about it, and that's the way we have to do this. But I'm still calling all the employees, telling them if you need help, come see me. We'll work with HR. I've already reached out to Director Teresa Ariola from Guam Behavioral Health to ask her to assess her capacity and see what the port can do to get some drug rehabilitation programs going if in the event people self-surrender to me. Because I can't just say, come see me, and then I have nowhere to send them. So Teresa has always has been receptive, and we're waiting for those instances where we have to tap into Guam Behavioral Health.
And guys, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about port workers testing positive for drugs, not COVID. Rory, I don't know if this is just...
but the 24 that were tested, none of them had, in the recent round of testing, did not test positive for drugs. This is the 2 that
So how many total, Rory? First, I guess, how many random drug tests have you guys had up there at the port at your direction during your tenure as the GM?
Like I mentioned, we've been doing drug testing resulting from a workplace accident, but that was the first random drug testing that I had authorized since being at the port. Because, for me, it's a process. And the employees know, guys, that Sabrina, Chris, and Jason, that I'm not looking to find these people to terminate them. I'm looking to find these people so that we can bring them in and get them the help that they need. It goes back to the transition report. It goes back to the governor, lieutenant governor, and the board. asking us to think of the Port Authority as the Port Authority broader responsibility in the community. And then for me to identify someone through a drug test that they're positive, and I mean, if they just want to resign for whatever reason, if they want to be upset and not get the help, then they're determining their own fate. But we're not going soft on them in a sense that they have to do the hard work to go to Guam Behavioral Health to get cleaned up. To terminate someone who's willing to get the help, I think it just compounds the problem because there's no more income flow into that family, their spouse, their kids. They start to be a burden on public health and social services. They start to get desperate for money. They turn to a life of crime. Those are the things I'm thinking about. The governor's told me to think about it in everything the port does, not just the port community, but what's the port's responsibility to the community of Guam. And there are people, I'd be the first to say, that say, you should have just terminate them. They're positive, just terminate them. And we're assessing everything on a case-by-case basis. And I tell you, I'm not afraid to terminate anyone, and I have done so in the past 2 years. Last Saturday, we had an employee come to work at 6:15 in the morning. He was drunk, inebriated, and Port Police saw him wobbling. They did a sobriety test. He failed. I terminated him.
Wow. Roy, let me ask, do you think it may be a case of too little too late, and that maybe port employees with no random drug tests in the last couple of years maybe just got comfortable with being drugged out?
Well, it's never too little too late, because we tested 24 and 24 were negative. And we're going to continue to go and test, Port Authority wide. And we just let the chips fall where they may. And they talk about it all the time. Even marijuana, testing for marijuana, it's although it's recreational, it's still illegal if they become positive as a result of the drug test. So those 24 negatives includes the testing for THC. And if they're become aware of the environment because of the memo that I sent out on December 31st, then that's great that they're moving toward. But I don't want to say that they cleaned themselves up because they knew about a drug test. I want to say that they were drug free because the test resulted in negative.
Right. What about that part in the memo that you put out about employees warning people that they're checking for stuff at the gate? Are you concerned at all about, not even necessarily what may be coming into the port, but what may be going out?
Well, correct. I got noticed that this employee around 6 o'clock in the morning put on the division chat that warning everybody not to bring in illegal stuff because Port Police is conducting their random vehicle searches and searches of property. And so I issued a notice of proposed adverse action. For me, that's obstructing the enforcement of the drug-free workplace, the safety, health and safety of the employees. So as part of the notice of proposed adverse action process, we had met with the employee, the 2 deputy general managers, his supervisor, and myself. And the employee, I told him that for me, saying don't bring any illegal stuff, you were condoning the drug use at the port. And then it was further from that. He said he supports a drug-free workplace. He wants everybody to be safe at the port. I cannot talk too much about what he was talking about. All I can say was whatever he was messaging in that chat had nothing to do with drugs, had nothing to do with illegal stuff, but just a general, hey, don't bring illegal stuff because they're doing random drug searches. And so this employee is a very quiet employee. He's comes to work all the time, hardworking, young. But I said, you're a very quiet employee, but yet you're not quiet enough to not warn of others not to bring any illegal stuff. And so that was one. Then the other 4 that I issued a notice of proposed adverse action on is 2 leaders, a supervisor and a superintendent. Allegedly, they knew that at least one of them that resigned was on meth, because you could tell the signs. They're amping. We just know that when we look at someone and they're not behaving the way they should be behaving, those are the people that they have to document and write to me and say we have to have a drug test on this individual because this is the documented evidence of reasonable suspicion.
We had gotten or I had gotten a tip about employees at the port who had previously resigned due to a positive drug test and been hired back. Is that accurate, Rory?
There was one employee that I know who resigned because the drug test came back positive. This employee tried to explain herself to the former general manager that through a doctor's prescription, she was on fentanyl, which caused that kind of, but there was, the record never had a confirmatory drug test in her personal jacket. So when the position opened up, this person applied, rated, qualified, was among the top selected. And so in looking at that personnel jacket, and there's nothing that said there was a confirmatory drug result. Of course, I made the decision to follow the recommendation of the interview panel, but still the employee had to get tested to be hired. And because there was that situation that the employee went through, had to go to Guam Behavioral Health to get certification that they're not a drug user.
What division was this person hired back into?
Port Police. But that's the thing, right? Everybody is entitled to due process. Well, I know what you're thinking. Obviously,
do you?
I do. No, and since that employee's been back at work, there's no incident. No, imagine it's a tough situation for me to be in. I have to look at the record or lack thereof, and if the employee qualifies, went through the process, why wouldn't they get the job, whether they were working at the port or not? I have no familial connection to this employee. I let the process take its course.
Can you say what division this testing, random drug testing, was conducted in?
Yeah, I didn't say it by design because there's some personal actions that I took. I didn't even say the employees or their divisions by design.
How long, I guess on average, were these the supervisors, 2 leaders, superintendent been employed? Are they long-time employees of the Port Authority?
Long-time employees, at least more than 5 years. And that's the thing. I think it's a good wake-up call to condone this kind of allegedly to condone this kind of situation where there's one individual who another employee said, hey, one of the evaders, hey, he tried to run me over in the yard. But then there was no follow-up after that. So, I mean, there's a lot that I know. A lot of employees are coming forward to me in confidence. I think it's because we built that relationship and that trust with them. And even that situation on Saturday where the employee came to work inebriated, I guess we don't talk about things until it's on the table as family, right? Until it's right there staring us in the face. After that situation broke, then I'm getting messages from other employees saying that that individual always smelled of alcohol. But yet it's hard to do something about it because of the situation.
Right.
But it's a very different situation after Monday. I believe that we're getting a lot of the support that we need from the employees. We continue to get the support from the management team and all the supervisors here at the port.
Roy,
everybody wants.
Whenever we talk with the customs or GPD, and they talk about where all the meth is coming into Guam. Obviously, the mail is one, but they always say the port, right? The airport. With that being said, are you concerned at all with this recent drug activity that there may be drugs coming in through the port and going out through the port? And have you done anything to mitigate that? Is that even in your lane?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. There's only two entities that have regulatory responsibility over the inspection of containers. There's only two entities that can order the opening of a container. That's Customs and the captain of the port. But having said that, the port does have a responsibility in ensuring that these entities are able to do their job. If you recall, early on, we had that mobile X-ray machine that was down for more than 10 months. When I found out about that, that machine was first purchased by a grant from Port Authority and Customs, and it broke, and Customs was supposed to get it fixed, but Customs couldn't get it fixed because it wasn't officially released to Customs. So this is a long-standing commitment of the governor and the board. We're also helping Customs through our consultants develop the container inspection facility. And early on, I told Chief Corredo, that he has an all-access pass to go everywhere and anywhere he needs to be on the yard. In the past, you had a situation where the priority was just to discharge the vessels, put the container on the chassis, and bring it on the community, and literally tell Customs to stay away because they're impeding port operations. But again, part of port operations is our responsibility to the broader community.
Okay. So in total, in the last, I guess, 6 months, how many port employees tested positive for drug use?
3. But there are 2 from that one division and then 1 from the other division.
Okay. So do we have a drug problem at the port?
Well, I'm not ready to say that we have a drug problem at the port. The evidence is we tested 24 came back negative. We'll continue to be transparent. I wrote this memo to all the employees in the spirit of transparency, and I told them what the results are, and whatever the results are going to be going forward, I'm going to be very open about it, and that's the way we're going to address this. I'm doing this also because of those 3 incidences that came up as a result of drug testing from a workplace accident, and then that's why we did the drug testing based on reasonable suspicion. But you'll continue to hear of these ongoing efforts. We have a strong partnership with Customs and other federal authorities. And that's the best way to address rumors, right? Is, okay, this is the chatter, let's do the test. And then when it comes back, it doesn't match what the chatter is, but we don't let our guard down. You don't look too happy, you two.
It's just a mask.
Yeah.
It's perplexing.
If you test positive, that's immediate termination unless you come forward prior to. Is it called? Is it safe harbor? I can't remember what the.
Yeah.
It's safe harbor, right?
Well, technically, we don't have safe harbor at the port. Law enforcement positions and test designated positions are not subject to safe harbor. All of the positions at the port are test designated positions, but everything begins and ends with the general manager, myself, in the enforcement of these policies. And so what I look at is if this is the requirement and I'm doing less than that, who is going to agree? But if I do more than what's required, then they will go to Civil Service Commission, as they should, and said that the punishment was harsh, cruel, and unusual. And Civil Service in past cases has said, instead of in former time, instead of a 30-day suspension, it should have been 10. So we are doing the progressive disciplining, but it's case by case. But I could assure you, I'm being consistent, and eventually they're all going to fall down. That's my thinking. But we want to, before they fall down, we want to try to catch them. And that's been my approach to all the port employees.
Can you confirm if former DOC officer Frankie Roslin is employed at the port?
He is. And he has been.
And under what position?
Under maintenance division.
I wanted to follow up on the
But that's not a political position because it's classified. So it was merit based. That's another situation that I struggled with. Do you hold someone's past against them to the point where you're going to constantly keep holding them down? He submitted an application. He rated. He qualified for the job. He interviewed, and the interviewing panel came back with a recommendation, and so the selection was made, and I made that selection.
So what job title does he have?
Program coordinator 2.
So what programs is he coordinating? Not the drug program, right?
Well, if he's gonna coordinate the drug program, then so be it. But he's doing maintenance program, preventive maintenance. He's working with that division. And if he still has subject to a 6-month probationary process, and so if he doesn't pass muster, certainly he's not going to be permanized.
Last time we had you on, you were talking about the survey that you were going to be doing amongst your employees to kind of check the temperature on how they felt, I guess, about management, right? Have you done that yet?
Yeah, just yesterday late evening, we have planning division. We did the survey. We had a 90.5% response rate, and planning did all the numbers. I have to admit, it was very, very talented group of individuals. They did on Excel, and you can quantify every demographic with every question. And so I just got those results now. We're working to provide that in a PowerPoint presentation that we would present to the board, to the governor, to the media, but first to the employees. But in those questions, the last 3 questions had to deal, for example, from poor to excellent, management has been accountable. From poor to excellent, management has been fair. Management has been transparent. But beyond those general questions, there are also questions like, how do my supervisor recognizes me for the good work that I do? Management recognizes me for the good work that I do. My supervisor has an open door policy. Management has an open door policy. Will rate your overall work experience at the port. I mean, these are, even though I believe that morale is high, productivity is up, I still wanted to do the climate survey. We wanted to do the climate survey to match if the individual responses match what we're feeling and hearing about the Port Authority. And just like the situation with the drugs, we're hearing that there's rampant drug use. So we do a test, and 24 tested, 24 came back negative. I'm always data driven. For example, as of November, our container throughput, we were 6% behind, and all our revenue is based on that activity. Most of our revenue is based on that activity. And then as of December, we're 1% ahead in our cargo throughput year to date, this time versus that time last year. We have a projected net income of about 4.1 million. And from month to month, we're still holding our own despite the pandemic situation that we're in. And the board has adopted the revenues based on the actual collection experience during this pandemic. So we haven't factored in military buildup activity, construction. We haven't factored in the tourism when it opens up. So this is what we're doing with the drug testing, is part and parcel to our overall responsibility to keep the port 100% operational, provide for the health and safety of the employees, and get everybody's cooperation.
Mm-hmm. So just a preliminary review of those findings. Are you happy, satisfied, anything of concern?
I'm gonna wait, if it's okay, to let the board know, let the employees know, and the board and the governor, and not share that information at this point. But okay. I tell you, I'm very happy with the employees, and they're responding to the survey. Again, it's a trust factor, and we did everything right. We had the management meeting. I told them why we have to do the survey. Then I had asked them to have meetings with their employees, reached out to the employees. It was anonymous, so we don't know where who they are. And the only thing that we tracked through HR was their demographics, because data without knowing those types of demographics, years of service at the port, the division, if they're an employee, and if they're an employee, I want to know if they're union or non-union, and also with management.
All right. By the way, you guys up to date with overtime?
Absolutely. Overtime, we're up to date. We never skip a beat, and all the other pay requirements of the employees. In fact, we always pay on Thursdays, but if it's a holiday, we always do our best to make payroll on the Wednesday following what the governor's doing for the whole of government.
All right. Thanks, Rory.
Thanks, Rory.
I'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Okay.
You too.
807, we're KUAM FM, Magotny, Guam. This is the link on the breeze, 93.9 FM. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you so much for jamming with us. That was a fun interview. You want to jump on our Facebook Live feed and you want some more of this multimedia extravaganza? Come on over. Do it traditionally on the radio. It's 808 again. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. Hasta. Adios. Back. I'm just still stuck on that Frankie Rosalind thing. I mean, we're just talking about towing the hard line with the people on the drugs, and then we're hiring people who are involved in scandals of drugs. We're going to take a break. Coming up, FSM community here. They're the center point of a rapid engagement team outreach with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So we're going to get the FSM Consul General on. We'll also get the FSM Association of Guam President, my friend Casanova. Here's your Casanova. Okay, so that's coming up here next on the link. It's The Breeze. Good morning, Guam.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Hafiday, my name is Margarita Gay. I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Service. The Centers of Disease Control recommends wearing cloth face covering in public places. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
But you are nowhere to be found. You're not up and you're not down. You don't call me anymore, but I'll open up my door to you. Baby, why did you go? Did you find someone else? Can I have just one more chance to prove to you that I'm so in love with you? Late at night, think about you. Wanna hold you tight, 'cause I miss you. You are nowhere to be found. You're not up and you're not down. You don't call me anymore, but I'll open up my door to you. Baby, why did you go? Did you find someone else's Can I have just one more chance to prove to you that I'm so in love with you? I'm so Put a smile on your face, feel the warmth of your embrace. I chase away all your fears. I'll always be there to wipe your tears. So listen, baby, listen, babe. Feel like you're living a dream. I'll tell you that I need you. Show you that I love you. Why did you go? Did you find someone else's glow? Can I have just one more chance to prove to you that I'm so in love with you? So in love with you.
Ana D. Garcia. Good morning. Taking it back. You're welcome for the flashback. Break it down, everybody. You're not up and you're not down. That bass, though, yeah. Because of what? Date 17. Good morning. What an interview there with Port GM Roy Respicio. I think one of the bombshells here was that the former DOC officer Frankie Rosalind has been hired at the port, and so we were kind of looking back at his case, Bree, and.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the media reports about Mr. Roslin, and
Now he did plead guilty, right?
let me pull it back up. 'cause
Okay, please, yeah, because every time I talk about this guy, I get attacked, and I just want to be sure it's worth it.
Okay. So.
By the way, it's 8:18. Good morning, Friday. Yeah, January 15th. This is the link on the breeze brought to you by
he
Carrier.
did.
Okay, so
he
what?
pleaded guilty to official misconduct as a misdemeanor.
Right. Yeah, they were all. I mean, the prosecution on this.
This was all part of the DOC contraband scandal
Right.
years ago.
Right. So you would think, I mean, at least I would think that if you plead guilty for official misconduct as a government official, you might have some issues getting employed in the government of Guam, but apparently
Right,
not.
Yeah, in one of the stories that I'm reading, I think this one's from the Post, that it was said in court that his guilty plea would make him ineligible to get a job within the government of Guam or any government entity, to include his former position at DOC.
Right.
So.
So that's pretty interesting. Must be connected.
I'm surprised.
I'm pretty surprised, actually, and I just can't get over the irony of us having this whole conversation about drugs with Rory, and it's like, I'm going to bust everybody, and then we find out that they hire a guy who pled guilty to official misconduct for his part in that big, and then remember, this was the whole DOC thing where the officers were bringing in ICE, and I don't know, I feel like they didn't prosecute that case as hard as they could have. Definitely, it was all misdemeanors, right? Yeah, eye roll. Well, guess it pays. Pays pretty well. 8:19. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, like, people don't deserve a second chance, but I just don't see why we're rolling out the red carpet. We got a government official saying, oh, no, don't make former Mayor Jesse Blas do any time because, oh, man, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He was just, involved in bringing ICE into our island and poisoning our people. It just kind of seems like we're just roll out the red carpet for anybody who rubs elbows with the drug industry.
We just got into it. Well, we didn't get into it with Paul, but
yeah, I mean, God,
just talking about the drug problem.
That's why these guys got the green light. I mean, dude, if I'm out there and I'm involved in like bringing drugs into the prison, why am I gonna be scared? The only thing I'm gonna be scared of is the federal government, because local government is not doing a damn thing, really. 8:20. Okay, I just switch gears here real quick before I get attacked again. Bring on the FSM Association of Guam. On this Friday, our friend Cass Nakamura. Where's Teresa Philippin? Hey, good morning, Cass. Unmute. Cass here, he's the president of the FSM Association of Guam. And we're bringing him on because the Department of Public Health and Social Services is doing an outreach, rapid engagement testing tomorrow at Santa Ana, and they're also doing a vaccination town hall. And this is kind of geared specifically towards the FSM community. And so we wanted to get Cass on here to kind of put the message out. And well, the comments are coming, and we'll go into the comments on this whole port thing after this interview. Cass, good morning, and thanks for joining us. Cass.
Sure.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, Chris.
We're glad to have you, Cass. So let's just get right into it. So there's a vaccination town hall going on tomorrow. How involved is your organization in letting people in those communities know about this vaccination town hall and the rapid engagement testing? Cass?
Yes.
Yeah. How's the FSM Association involved in getting the word out about the vaccination town hall and the public health outreach testing at Santa Ana?
Yes, myself and a lady named Songani been doing this, Nadine. And we get some of this information from our good friend at the Bank of Guam, Mr. Matt Cruz. And we've been sending out words or messages to our same community and Chugis community for their good participation and willingness to get involved in this ongoing vaccination in different parts of the island.
And what are the people saying, Cass?
Yes, yeah, there are some have mixed feelings or talk about what's going on, because some they say they went down to the Southern clinic, but they went when they get there, the 2 hours limit of time are already expired. So what they were asking mainly is about what to bring to those sites, and what if they already had this COVID-19, are they going to take this shot or not? Right. So these are some of those questions that we want to get clarification through tomorrow town hall meeting with our consul general, some of the FSM community leaders, and several doctors that are already pledged that they will be available tomorrow.
Cass, you know, when we talked to public health, they said that they were concerned about the low numbers of those from the FSM community coming to get vaccinated, because I know you have a lot who are over 60 and meet the criteria. Why do you think that is?
Excuse me?
Why do you think we're seeing low numbers from the FSM community for vaccinations? That's according to public health, Cass.
It's either by miscommunication or they're not sure of what to bring and all those important things that it's associated with coming to the sites and what to bring. I'm not quite sure about the turnout.
Right. We're going to bring on Teresa Philippin, the Consul General of the FSM for Guam. Good morning. Hold on, just coming on.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. Let me just ask you the same question. Good morning, Teresa. Appreciate you coming on. So obviously, public health has involved your office, and I know a bunch of different community stakeholders in the FSM community for this vaccination town hall. I just ask you the same question I asked Cass. We spoke with public health yesterday, and they were saying that Vaccination turnout for members of the FSM community not where they want it to be. Why do you think that is, Teresa, and how can we better get the word out?
I think you said it, Chris. We need to get the word out, and that's what we're trying to do. There's not enough information is reaching the community, so not people, and also there are concerns about the vaccine, about its safety, its side effects, and all of that. So that's why we're working with the governor's office, and they're putting together a panel of doctors that we're going to have a virtual town hall meeting with them tomorrow, the 16th. And hopefully after this meeting, the concerns and some of the fears regarding the vaccine will be allayed, and that's the whole intention here. We've invited several leaders in our community and a bunch of the FSM Association members to be in the meeting as audience, anticipating some of the concerns that are that are being raised from the community, and we will be raising those to the experts at tomorrow's town hall.
Is it scheduled for 9 a.m.? Because that was the tentative time we got.
Yes, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, January 16th. Yes.
Is it going to be carried live on the governor's Facebook page?
No, actually, we'll be facilitating this with the Micronesian Resource Center, and it'll be live streamed on FSM Association of Guam Facebook page and Micronesian Center Facebook page as well.
Okay. Well, maybe we could share that stream,
Yeah.
Jason, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. What are some
9
of
a.m.,
the
yes.
what are some of the concerns you're hearing, or is it just the lack of information?
The safety actually of the vaccine. There's just so much, and people are getting their information on Facebook, and if somebody says, "Oh, it's not good," then whoever the audience of that post is passing it on. It's just a lot of information, and we've gathered as much that. What about the side effects? What if? And there's also this recent case. Remember about the fire department guy that got that took the vaccine and then also tested positive.
Right.
So that are some of the concerns that are coming up, and side effects and all of that.
Cass, is that kind of what you're hearing too from your end?
Yes, very much. I appreciate that. I agree with my chief for all those information that she gave us.
Getting your news on Facebook, KUAM News, the link, that's where you want to go to get your news on Facebook. Teresa, let's talk a little bit about the Rapid Engagement Team. They're heading out to Santa Ana and Derrida.
Yes, tomorrow as well, from 9 to 12, and we're encouraging that they're targeting the, that subdivision I believe is heavily populated by FSM citizens as well. So working with public health on that, we're sharing passing out the information, telling everybody to, come out and get tested in that. Something's wrong. Is it my connection?
No,
I'm on the road right now.
Yeah.
I had to park too.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So we just got to get the word out, and then you're hoping that the vaccination town hall will kind of squash all of those fake news, if you will, about the vaccine and how safe it is.
It's an awareness campaign. The governor's office started last week, Sunday, I believe. They had a similar town hall. And for this one, we're trying to, cater to our FSM community. So we're asking everybody to tune in live and, pose your questions, and we'll share them with, we'll share them with the doctor so that your questions can get answered, and concerns as well about the vaccine. There's just so many myths and so many, posts regarding this vaccine, and I'm sure it's scaring a lot of people. Just like with the pandemic, a lot of, some people are saying, oh, it's nothing serious. We're not, we shouldn't be taking it serious. But, we've seen how serious it is the past year. So, and, the experts have come out with the vaccine, and we also need to educate people about it so they can feel safe about taking it.
Right. Cass, are you going to be on hand? Is there going to be interpreters? Are there going to be interpreters?
I'm not quite sure. But if they
Casanova is an interpreter.
Have you guys? Has anyone that you guys are aware of in the FSM community gotten the vaccine?
Come again? I didn't get that.
Has anyone in the FSM community that you're aware of received the vaccine?
Oh yes, yes. In fact, I was just talking to this person yesterday that works at GRMC, and she's taken it. I mean, her second dose. She just recently took her second dose, and she hasn't experienced anything. And I was asking her because I talk to her almost every other day, and so I'm kind of monitoring some people that I know that have taken the vaccine, just so that I, for my own personal information. And they say that they no side effects or anything, and they feel great. So knowing that they're vaccinated. Of course, the vaccine is not going to prevent you from getting the virus, right? But it's going to, decrease the chances of getting severely ill from the virus. So I believe it's a very good thing, and we need to encourage people to, having the right and proper information and go get vaccinated when the time comes.
Right. Well, that's one of the reasons why, or the reason why we asked you guys to come on this morning to help kind of spread awareness about the virtual town hall meeting.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for joining us on the program today.
Cass, do you want to put something out in your language for the listeners out there on the radio and also on the Facebook Live?
Okay. Kirisa Jabur, ngeri dewi to fifidigi jika dor sharing ngeri program. Merit teach medicine where we thought the guy opus you fed that where safe. Very deep to Marawat, very Shawag, sharing it. KUAM, Mekara coach, RM, Sidasin, very Neri, Kurok, Gafanson. Bebes Kabuado, Wakara site, the Canadian opus. Sa Digor Goruk, Kisimujen, Arawada, Efason, Wiki opus, Yen the check free cover. Kisimujen, Norop Chibu, Maraome, Irisum, Doribachor, our family that took medicine. Ferua Chuk, the Papa Dog not Ferua not if the same. You see what Jen, Divor Kabuarawada, the Chiari, Gay, Fanson Merit, the Ferry of Plus, Rekin Sajabur, called the Wadi Suk, called the Bananam Rim, that's Kabungari gave sin. Sajabur. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Cass. Thank you so much.
Sabrina.
Thank you.
God bless you. Let's get Teresa. But Cass, before you go, I did want to ask, because we had the chief on and then Sergeant Paul Tapal, but they were talking about an increase in drug usage in the FSM community, specifically with crystal methamphetamine. And Chief Ignacio had said that he would be working with the
FSM community.
The FSM community. So, Teresa, can you give us any update on that effort, or even you, Cass?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't get the first part of that question. I think my connection something's wrong with my connection. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, I can. Chief Ignacio has said that he was alarmed because I guess they had made a couple of arrests, and they were concerned about an increase in not just usage, but maybe even dealing with crystal meth in the FSM community. And he said he was going to be working with the community to kind of address those issues. Have you guys? What can you tell us about just that effort?
I think the drug use, consumption, and distribution has been a long issue for Guam, and it's just not within the FSM community. But the law enforcement is seeing a rise in the FSM community recently, and yeah, it's becoming alarming. but it's been a long-standing issue. So the chief of police and a couple of his officers reached out to the consulate office, and you know, through the office, we're also working with the FSM Association on seeing how we can, you know, at least inform our community about the, you know, about this concern, these new challenges for us, and what we can do as a community to try to combat this. But right now, what we're doing is you know, there are several programs already in existence on Guam on dealing with this, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, but we're looking at resources and how we can tap into those resources and model programs and see how we can make available those resources to our community. What I'm hearing from the chief is, you know, the mail system and shipping to Guam is where most of these drugs are coming into the island, and we need, you know, people in those responsible in those areas. We need to revamp their efforts in you know, preventing this from coming to the island. This is very serious, and we're not just looking at consumption, but dealing, as you say, distribution, and it's going to be it's going to affect a lot of lives and a lot of families if, you know, at the rate we're going right now.
All right, thanks, Teresa. Thanks, Cos.
Cass, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add on that, Cass? Because I know you work with the courts, and I'm pretty sure you see some of the effects of the meth on the community. So is there any message you wanted to put out?
Just a little bit. Thank you very much. Thank you, CT, for those inputs that you gave us. Yes, we are aware of the rise of the consumption and use from our constituents from our states. It's been a hard time these days because most of our young adults are involved in this. And let me just bring up an example in my neighborhood in Tamaning. I was working closely with the drug enforcement agency here on Guam to point out or help them report of traffic or drugs activities in our neighborhood. And I've been doing that for several months, but I don't know what's happening. They stopped. That's why the distribution and use of the drug in our neighborhood is on the rise again, because those that are supposed to help in eradicate this thing in our neighborhood just stopped recently. I don't know what's happening.
Are you talking about, Cass, are you talking about local law enforcement, the Guam Police Department? Or are you talking about
yes,
I see.
Yes, local law enforcement.
It could be that it's just overrun with such, you know, we see the indictments that are coming down from the court, and a majority of them are related to drugs. And I'm not saying it's from the FSM community. I'm just saying drugs, period.
And you were right, Teresa. This is not just FSM. I mean, and I think why it's alarming to me is that there's so much meth on Guam because, because there's not a lot of enforcement going on the, you know, the dealers and the people who, you know, bring drugs into the prison and stuff like that. But yeah, it's to me, there's just so much meth that now people in the lower economic rungs are able to access it because it's so cheap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's alarming. I know that there's just so many issues that all of our communities struggle with, but you just add this to an already delicate situation, and it's just tragic, really. Well, we're glad you got your finger on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Teresa, if you have any, need help with PSAs or anything like that, please let us know.
Yeah,
yes, definitely.
We'd love that.
I know who to call.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Cass, thank you so much. Teresa, thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We'll see you.
Have a good day.
Adios.
You too.
Right on.
Wow. Virtual town hall meeting. I want to make sure nobody forgets that. Virtual town hall meeting tomorrow, 9 a.m. It will be carried on the FSM Community of Guam Facebook page, and I believe she said the Micronesia Alliance Facebook page. But we will of course share the link. That is at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. And that's the virtual town hall meeting to help spread awareness and information, dispel some of the confusion and rumors about the COVID vaccine.
Right. And then they're also doing a rapid engagement team outreach to Santa Ana and Dedido. That's what's happening this weekend. We'll be back. We'll take a quick break, and we have Attorney General Levin Camacho coming on the show. And then we'll hear from the Guam Guard, as there were a bunch of the Guard that flew out to Washington, D.C. to be part of the security, as we're hearing in just so many national news reports about armed protests being planned on Inauguration Day.
Not just in D.C., but on, the speculation about other states' capitals.
Right, yeah. And also there was President Biden announced a coronavirus relief package. I think it's 1.2 trillion or something.
1.9 trillion COVID relief plan, which calls for stimulus checks, unemployment support, and more. You want me to run through some of the points of it? Okay. Again, $1.9 trillion coronavirus rescue package. It's called the American Rescue Plan. It includes familiar stimulus measures with the goal of sustaining families and firms until vaccines are widely distributed. The current plan is the first of two major spending initiatives Biden will seek in the first few months of his presidency. Calls for direct payments of $1,400 to most Americans, bringing the total relief to $2,000, including the December $600 payments. Increases the federal per week unemployment benefit to $400 and extends it through the end of September. Increases the federal per week unemployment benefit. I read that part. Increases the federal minimum wage to $15 per hour. Extending the eviction and foreclosure moratorium until the end of September. $350 billion in state and local government aid. $170 billion for K through 12 schools and institutions of higher education. $50 billion toward COVID-19 testing, $20 billion toward a national vaccine program in partnership with states, localities, and tribes, making the child tax credit fully refundable for the year and increasing the credit to $3,000 per child, $3,600 for a child under age 6. And that is the first of two major spending initiatives that the new president will seek in the first few months of office. And I believe he's expected to speak on this from Delaware at 7:15 p.m. I'm not sure what the time difference is for Guam, but he is expected to speak on it.
Was there anything in there about those working reduced hours qualifying for PUA?
No.
8:40.
But Congressman Michael San Nicolas did issue that statement yesterday that he would be working with the Biden administration to resolve the issues and the interpretation regarding
the more the merrier, right? Because I know the governor had also in a release said that she'd be doing the same thing. Where we got Madeline Berdallo over there in D.C., so maybe she can work on that too.
She's in D.C.?
She's a liaison.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's 8:45. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with more of the show next on The Breeze. It's The Link. Good morning, Guam.
Kids medicine, mi warwisat neki sara, saurari semen COVID-19. Mi wirinna geri barawats at si pasapuerore ferry e petri semen. Awara oru fit to awam seria cots. Ea por ave put nupuen nofiden. Terupom narukukun rueseken, terugeri soap mekarik. Ikesor soap mekarik, ea ekyoan sanitizer miwor ore pesen arukornon. Terufiti ekwareri mepise karavas reson atapa. Kasapat tapawan mesom. Namotireim ikeapurien maybe efficientwen. Epeti maraom me barawen awatsikiteng family wan marawan kids medicine. Epet ira tuburun marawat. Rempit sikire poraus katogeri kakeri urget Ewe, ike tatawaro website tphss.guam.gov. Kirisotapur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hey, KFC on the mic again. Promise we'll be gone after this. So let me tell you about this girl, yeah, she's so fine. And every single day she's running wanna call her mine, because your smile makes my day. When you take my pain away, oh my darling, love me back, 'cause I'm gone, no more trying. I'm gone, I'm waiting for you, because I'm gone, no more lying.
KFC Kids from Chook.
I'm gone.
We did have some comments here on our port interview. It's who you know. It's leadership, who you know, who you're connected to, period. What's that saying? It's who you know, not what you know. 8:52. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Attorney General Levin Camacho standing by. Good morning, AG.
Good morning, Chris.
Well, I guess we'll just start getting right into it with the CERCLA lawsuit. So we're suing the Navy for their, well, it's their dump. And this was kind of a long shot to get heard by the Supreme Court. So I guess how surprised were you and pleased that they decided to take on this case?
We're extremely pleased. I got to say, you hit the nail on the head. It was a long shot. I think we pointed out less than 1% of cases that are where they ask for Supreme Court review are granted. So, but this is a matter of pretty huge significance for us on the island. When I was on with Sabrina a week or two ago, and I did my homework to let you know the circuit splits. These are the kinds of cases they want to take where they can resolve inconsistent application of law. So just for your awareness, there was a split between 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 9th, and DC. And looking at the map of the circuits, you kind of start with the 1st district being Northeast and you work your way out west, with the only exception being 5th Circuit. So 2nd Circuit would be New York, Vermont, Connecticut, 3rd Circuit, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. We can get into it, but that's kind of geographically how the issues were split on whether or not a Clean Water Act consent decree triggers your time to file a CERCLA case. And then the 6th Circuit was the other split, whether or not, because we entered into a consent decree in a settlement agreement, but then they also reserved the opportunity to sue us in the future again. So there was this question whether or not that truly is a settlement, or because there's the opportunity to go back into court. It's not final. And that was a split between the 6th and 7th Circuits and the DC Circuit. So we're extremely excited. We're going to have to talk now. We're set for arguments in April, maybe mid to late April. That's what we're looking at now. But the tough road is still ahead. We still have to brief the issue, and we still have to win if we want to pursue our case against the Navy and to collect their share of cleaning up ORDOT. You know, we're estimating $160 million, of which to date the Navy hasn't paid anything.
Who's going to argue the case for us?
So we have a team out of Houston, Texas, Kelly Dry, and they've been handling it from the filing under Attorney General Barrett Anderson in 2017, I believe. I was sworn in 2019, and I came on just after the district court, trial court denied a motion to dismiss, and then it was up on appeal, and now we're at the Supreme Court stage. So they've been really excellent with us. They have appellate specialists, so we'll talk to them within the next few weeks and decide who's going to argue the case. And I know that they're excited too, because arguing before the Supreme Court is a huge deal for any lawyer. You dream about these types of moments. But the Supreme Court, because of COVID, has been doing everything virtually. So it's unclear. I think the January sessions are being held via Zoom as well. So it's not clear whether or not in April it'll actually be in DC or if it'll be a virtual type of hearing. And we can, I think they do instantaneous streaming, so we can make sure we provide that to you if that's the case.
It's pretty interesting that you say that the Supreme Court only takes about 1% of the cases that are trying to get into it. And within the last year, we've had 2 cases heard.
We've had 2 that we've requested. The plebiscite case was one, and this case is the other one. And the plebiscite, it's a very good example. The difference is there's no circuit split when it comes to the right to vote. And the Ninth Circuit is basically held in both the NMI case and in our case that plebiscite or voting for in the NMI, it was restraints on land alienation, and here it was participating in a plebiscite, restricting it to certain groups, violates the 15th Amendment. So that's what's a little bit unique about our case. Yes, it's a matter of great importance. Both of them were significant and of great importance, but in one area we have the circuit split, and that made it much more likely the Supreme Court would accept.
Can you take us into so what do we do now? It was accepted. Now we got to file briefs.
That's correct. So the first briefing was whether or not the court will accept it, and the court has said yes. I believe we have about 30 days to file our opening brief on the legal issues and try to convince the court that we should win. The Department of Justice will then file an opposition brief. We'll be able to file a reply brief, and I think all of that should be completed by March, and then we'll have oral argument again, and it's anticipated to be either mid or late April.
Okay. We also wanted to ask you about some of the things that have come out of your office, condemning, for example, the actions and the attacks in the U.S. Capitol. You joined.
Yeah, it was. I actually was on a call with AGs on some litigation that morning, 5 a.m. And I think in the middle of that, it was a Wednesday because the special election that just happened in Georgia, maybe Thursday, just happened in Georgia, and kind of watching what's going on there. And you kind of see something go out. Oh, they've recessed Congress for the Electoral College because there's an attack on the Capitol. And we're living in a pretty hyper-partisan world right now. And I will say, trivia, we're the only attorney general in the country that is statutorily prohibited from declaring a public a party. So we're in the AG's office, and I guess the idealism is that no matter who is the governor or who is in control of the legislature, balls are balls and strikes are strikes, and you're going to call it how you see it, and require everyone. But the AG community is not immune to that, and I think there were some cases leading up to the Electoral College vote where you saw a fracture. So I think it was very telling that 50 attorneys general signed off on this letter. It had wide bipartisan support condemning the attack. And it makes sense because we're all law enforcement and we want to support our law enforcement folks. So it also has probably resulted in a lot of misspelling of the word capital. I know I have to double check whether or not it's capital with an A or an O. But yeah, I think, so we had 50 AGs, 47 states, 3 territories. So only 6 jurisdictions did not sign on to the letter. 2 of them are being Puerto Rico and American Samoa, and that might just be more logistical than anything. But people have been pointing out, well, how come the 4 states didn't sign off on it? And it's going to make things very interesting as we move forward to in-person meetings with the other AGs. But yeah, widespread bipartisan support condemning it and working with law enforcement.
Yeah. Well, speaking of widespread, we just had on the Port Authority of Guam General Manager talking about drugs at the port. We had on the FSM Consul General talking about drugs in the FSM community, and earlier, I think it was last week, the Chief of Police alarmed about the increasing number of drug use and possibly even drug dealing within the FSM community. And Paul Tapau, just on this week, talking about the war on drugs that we seem to be and have been losing. And one thing I noticed with the indictments that have been coming down and released through the Attorney General's office, there's a lot of complaints and charges related to possession. And I guess I just want to hear it, your perspective on this pandemic with drugs on Guam.
We recognize, and I think I've been on so many times, that drugs are the biggest problem, and ICE in particular is the biggest problem facing our island, and it's probably been made worse by the pandemic. And as an office, and we are making sure that our prosecutors are aware of kind of the big time dealers and making sure that we hold those folks accountable. But then a lot of the cases that we've charged out recently have not just been, but they've been simple possession cases. And that's where you have to strike a balance between understanding that you're not going to just be able to throw everyone with an addiction issue into prison. And the adult drug court program they assist folks in dealing with mental health issues, substance abuse issues. As an office, I think we want to continue to promote that and to, I came from the defense world, right? And I remember years ago when I wasn't in this position, seeing folks who got caught with a pipe and there was potential jail time, and, kind of talking to our prosecutors and saying, guys, this is because he had a pipe and a baggie, he's a drug dealer, and just saying, is there anything else that you guys have to believe? So, we have to be able to use our discretion to spot those who are bringing in large amounts of drugs into the island and who are the true threats to our island, and those who are just struggling with substance abuse. But the bulk of the cases that we filed have been, I don't want to say routine, but folks who really are more
Street
struggling
level,
with
yeah.
addiction issues than high-level drug
It,
dealers.
it just seems like it's just a vicious cycle because like you say, you're dealing with addiction issues, but yet we don't seem to have enough resources and programs to help people who have these addiction problems. So I
Absolutely agree with you on that, Sabrina. I mean, I think it's about prioritizing and reevaluating the criminal justice system. I think we have the community right now is very much throw everyone in jail. And I think drugs might be the one area where people understand there are other underlying issues that people may be struggling with, and especially again with the pandemic happening. I do want to point out that kind of one bill or one law that was signed last year that's going to help, I hope, is the requirement that shippers submit their manifests ahead of time. I believe Senator Torres was the author of that bill. And that's something that our federal law enforcement partners and local law enforcement partners have been talking about, there being a gap where people were importing drugs because we don't know what's supposed to be on what is supposed to be on these boats ahead of time. But that was changed, and I believe the requirement is now that they send their manifests and we get it so we can evaluate and do a threat assessment. Just to give you an update on HIDA, they weren't able to meet and review our petition last year, but we've been informed that they will be meeting in early 2021, and we're hoping to get some positive news and to bring more resources to the island when it comes to intercepting and fighting the importation of drugs, because that's really, we are an island, so people aren't manufacturing it here. It's coming in through the mail, it's coming in through our ports, and we need to be able to spend more resources at the front end to stop it from coming into the island. And then kind of what you're pointing out, help folks deal with addiction issues and mental health issues.
Well, while we're on the subject of the port, I just wanted to maybe if you could clarify, because I know this was a case that your office prosecuted, but if someone is convicted of official misconduct as a misdemeanor, how does that affect their employment eligibility for the government of Guam? And just speaking specifically about the Frankie Rosalind case that your office prosecuted, and are you able to secure that conviction? Official misconduct is a misdemeanor. And so we found out he's back at the port, so I don't know if you just know offhand what the law is, or...
I think, Chris, it's going to depend on the type of job that you're applying for. I mean, there will be specific requirements for law enforcement. Will have different requirements. Being licensed as an attorney you'll have different requirements. So I can't speak generally about whether or not a official misconduct charge would disqualify you from all government of Guam employment. But we can look into that, and I can hopefully get you an answer by today.
Okay. And back on the drugs issue, because there's something that came out of your office regarding the opioid situation, and this letter with other attorneys general, right, to the FDA. I know the opioid situation, that is something that Senator Talina Nelson has been on the front line with, and she just reintroduced a bill regarding the opioid situation.
Yeah, we're monitoring the bill. I know that there are lots of. We're glad that there's someone that Senator Nelson is wanting to take this on as an issue. As we've been dealing with our litigation against Purdue Pharmaceuticals for OxyContin, we've kind of now gotten, I think, all the people in the room to talk about where there may be gaps and where there may be opportunity for potential improvements. And I'll mention one is naloxone is kind of an it'll help you if you have an overdose, right? And a lot of jurisdictions have made it so that you don't need a prescription to get naloxone. And I know talking to some of the folks out here, they're saying, okay, well, maybe that would be a behind the counter type of situation where if you have a family member who's worried that someone may suffer from an overdose of opioids, rather than having them go to the hospital and potentially die on the way there, we allow for pharmacists to dispense naloxone. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I think e-prescriptions is another area where we can hopefully raise that. Right now, our law requires written prescriptions, which sounds great, but it also leaves open the opportunity for fraud and for forged prescriptions for opioids in particular. So I'm looking forward to working with Senator Nelson on these issues.
AG, are we at the, because I guess the way you would measure how bad we're doing with the opioids is through the arrests and what we see on the Magis, but I don't really see a lot of those types of arrests being made. So how do you kind of gauge where we're at as a community with the opioids? Because I mean, I know people are abusing them. I know it's a problem, but I just don't see it translated in the court cases. Or do you, or am I just missing it?
Well, that's the thing about opioids, Chris. It's you can legally be getting prescriptions for opioids and you're not committing a crime, right? So you might have addiction issues with opioids and substance abuse issues, but you're doing everything, quote unquote, by the book. So you don't realize it's a problem. We've been looking at, we have maybe 1 to 2 overdose deaths per year on the island. And I think that's still pretty significant and we don't talk about it enough. But we've been able to track down data of the number of times that they have to administer naloxone to assist someone who may be having an overdose reaction to opioids. And those numbers are pretty high. So it's not that we don't have a problem. It's just right now we're not seeing the deaths that you're seeing in the States, thankfully. But it doesn't necessarily mean we don't have an opioid problem. I know Guam Behavioral just started an inpatient treatment center in particular for those who are dealing with opioids. And I want to say they had anywhere between 10 to 30 people that were there specifically for opioid addiction issues.
All right.
What about that Facebook lawsuit? I know Jason wanted to ask about that.
It's moving on. I know last week, I guess with WhatsApp, they put out the privacy change, which I guess has been the case for a while, that your WhatsApp messages are now going to be crossed over for sharing with Facebook for marketing purposes and for collection of data. I guess I can't promote any particular messaging app, but I will say that there is one that's out there that's a competitor that put together, Forbes magazine put out an infographic showing what data different messaging apps collect about you as you use it. And, on one end was one competitor, WhatsApp, and on the other end was Facebook Messenger. And it's actually terrifying to see, not terrifying, it's just very eye-opening to see just how much data they are collecting on you unknowingly. And when you get even as a lawyer, I don't read through the fine print. And I hate to say, well, when I'm the consumer, when we get documents to review,
you like scroll all the way to the bottom, agree.
I accept, or review your iTunes, not now, remind me tomorrow.
Yeah. Jason?
Yeah, AG, if you could just maybe put it into very succinct English, just because for people that may not really be able to grasp the gravity of the mounting action that's now being taken against the companies that we would be considered big tech, because we really haven't seen this kind of thing in maybe 23 years since the last time when the Department of Justice actually went after Microsoft for saying, you guys may have too much power, too much money, too much control, not over just the tech industry, but you're reaching out to other areas of commerce, into you're basically larger and more resourceful and more powerful than government right now. So possibly Facebook, possibly Amazon has been called upon to be broken up, and so what does this mean for the average consumer?
I mean, what you are buying and selling, the currency now is data, and that's what all these ads. And I talk to people. Jen will be talking to me. She's like, "Wow, I was thinking about something, and then I got an ad show up in my Facebook feed, right?" And so it's just, I don't think people realize how targeted. They take data from your WhatsApp, they take data from your Facebook, they see what you're liking, what you're commenting on, and they build a profile, and then they are able to sell that to folks and to predict your behavior. So with Facebook, what we're talking about, I think specifically for Facebook, is that specific to WhatsApp, they purchase WhatsApp, they purchase Instagram to kind of gather or to expand not one, to eliminate competition, perceived competition, but two, to expand the ways that they collect data from users that they can then sell to and market to advertisers. So I want to say that Instagram just revamped their messaging app, and it might look great, but just understand there's a purpose for that. They are trying to find ways to get more data and to see and to use what you're talking about to sell that data to companies. So on the business side, it's great because you can run very targeted ads, but from a consumer perspective, it's a little bit worrisome because most people don't have any idea just how much data is out there and how much they're collecting and selling.
Yeah, AG, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time there was this much traction about possibly breaking up like a really big company is when, or one or more companies, is when AT&T was kind of like divested, for lack of a better term, into all those, like from Ma Bell into all like the little baby bells.
I know AT&T was the big one, Jason, but maybe I knew you in my former life, but was Internet Explorer, right? And no one uses Internet Explorer anymore, but it just goes to show that was the dominant browser for how many years.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at why. It wasn't because the product was great. It's because Microsoft was forcing companies to pre-install it.
Right.
It came pre-installed with every Windows machine. It was the default web browser. You didn't really have a choice. And that's the similar arguments we're making, shifting gears to Google, that Google now enters into all these agreements where if you're using Safari, all your iPhones, Androids are pre-installed with Google as the default search engine. But there's a value to that because they're able to sell ads and
if I could just wrap up this interview, guys, there was one time, speaking of many years ago, there was a young developer named Jason Salas way back at ITNE in 1996 who had the very distinct pleasure of being able to mentor a college intern whose name was Levin Camacho, and the two of those gentlemen were actually building web pages for Microsoft Internet Explorer
just
back
the
then.
JavaScript rollover, right? And I think, Jason, that was the year that we started encoding MP3s using DOS. If you guys can think back, and I think, Jason, you were encoding the Spice Girls. The 2 becomes 1 might have been the
You're not even lying.
Those 1.44 floppy disks. So.
Jason's always been a Spice Girls kind of guy. Well, thanks.
But it's a big deal, and I think just moving forward, it's the internet is like oxygen now, right? We want always looking at our phones, always online. You have to set rules with the family, no looking at your phone or devices when you're sitting for dinner. But there is a cost for all that convenience, and that's going to be your privacy and lack of control over it.
Well, thanks, Levin. We're going to let you go before Jason turns us into Tech Talk.
Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
And safe travel for the Guard that are going out for the inauguration. I really hope that things are going to be calm this time around.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of talk, right? There's a lot of buzz about armed protests and riots and at each of the state's capitals. Are you guys getting any advisories on that, AG?
We are getting them, and I think the FBI has. I mentioned the Capitol. FBI is collecting tips if you know of a threat or potential criminal activity. And Monday, being Martin Luther King Jr. Day, right? As we wrap this up, there was one quote that's been circulating. In the end, it's not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends that we remember. And it's just telling now in these times, right? People who are all over social media now, or even some media folks, they're kind of quiet now, and you wonder. Well, you have an opportunity now to talk about, and if 50 AGs can come out and denounce what happened at the Capitol, it should be pretty easy, right?
Yeah. Thanks, AG.
But thank you, Kristen, and Sabrina, and Jason.
Okay.
Right. Stay safe.
See ya. And since we're talking about the Guard, we'll just mosey on over right now. Is that Mark Scott, the Guam Guard PIO? I know we just had him on the other day, but we sent 20 soldiers out
30?
to the 30.
It was up to 30.
Yeah, Mark, was it how many?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks, AG, for that shout out and for our safety in DC. Chris and Bree, the number is going to be about 30 some. 3 went out this morning. Their wheels up just about an hour ago. And the rest have yet to go. They're spinning up now, meeting all their requirements, and they'll be en route shortly. But the number is roughly 30 some, about a platoon size.
Mark, are you able to tell us what types of soldiers these are? Are we talking like snipers, security oriented types?
Medics.
Not exactly, but the majority do come from our infantry battalion. So this is a unit that has leadership, that has seasoning and experience and prior combat deployment experience. There are a mix of military occupational specialties, which just means their job. So it is a diverse group, but we do all have the same training requirements here in the Guard every year. We have annual training requirements that include things like defense support to civil authorities, which is similar to what we're seeing with the COVID response. This Capitol response mission is just like that, where we train for it. We even do have things like riot shields and batons that we kind of put on and practice maneuvers every year. So this is something that we're trained for regardless of their job and their MOS.
So when are you heading out?
You know, Bree, I wish I could go. I want to go. I do. But unfortunately, at the present moment, I'm the public affairs guy. We'll have probably another someone I can train in here to hold it down while I go. Hopefully to the next one, just to be a part of the historic event. You know,
Mark?
Bree, all the soldiers of this platoon-sized element, they're all volunteering to go. No one was forced or voluntold, and they're choosing to answer the call. And it's in all of our blood to want to go to these things because we raise our hand, we take the oath of enlistment, like General Aggie said the truth yesterday. You know, we rose our hand and we swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. This is our opportunity to make good on that promise.
Mark, why Guam though? I mean, I'm not saying why because I know we're badass, but you know, there's so many other National Guard units, and has every state had to send people to the capital?
Well, the bottom line is that we are the most badass, Chris, like you said. That was that's the truth, you know it. No, but every state is answering the call to. There's a total request for about 15 to 20,000 National Guardsmen and women from across the country. And of course, since we're a little bit smaller in population than most states and territories, our number's a little bit smaller. So based on our current missions, they do the analysis of who we can spare without sacrificing or compromising anything that we're already doing. That platoon size element is about the right size for us to be able to contribute. But yes, we're not the only ones.
What type of guidance or advisory, if you're able to disclose, if it's not a national security issue, are they getting in the briefings before they head out? Because we're all hearing about the threats of armed protest riots in state capitals.
Yeah, Chris, the bottom line is that we're ready for anything. We're trained, we're prepared, we're equipped, and that will come. When they get boots on ground, they're going to meet up with the folks on the ground over there, which is why we sent out our advance team this morning. They're going to link up with the liaisons and the people that we're going to greet. They're going to work out the kinks of all the logistics, what we're going to eat, where we're going to stay, where we're going to get our duty assignments, and we'll find that out as we go. But in the meantime, whatever it might be that they'll end up doing, whether it's a traffic control point on an intersection or a blocked road, or possibly heading out water to people on the sidewalks, who knows? We'll be ready for whatever comes our way.
Right, and for people who may be watching our Facebook live stream, you may be seeing some of the pictures that are being shown, and these are just pictures of some of the things that the Guam National Guard have been doing here at home in the fight against COVID. So they've been doing just about everything. They've been on the front line over at GMH to help with the critical shortage of nurses. They've been at GRMC. They've been at the quarantine and isolation facilities, and now at the COVID vaccination clinic. So we just wanted to show the pictures to give you guys, and you already know, just how much work they have been doing to protect our island and to support the COVID response. And really, we just wanted to say thank you for everything you guys have been doing, and especially now as our brothers and sisters head over to the nation's capital to help defend democracy. So thank you, and safe travels to all of them.
Jason Salas.
Cap, I got one real quick question, and I really appreciate the way that you addressed, and you said, regardless of whatever we have to do, if we're directing traffic, if we're passing out water, what have you, we stand ready and we're going to do the job the right way until the job is done. And I have supreme confidence in our guardsmen that, will represent our island and our culture the right way and, and work hard. I would like to ask, it's curious though, from a training standpoint, how do you get citizen soldiers who are so used to serving in this part, how do you train them up and get them ready? Because the climate's different, obviously, as you said, with the traffic system, the highway system is different over there. It's going to be a lot colder. The environment, it's possibly in a metro area. So how do you actually train on the different environments and get them ready so they can do the job right?
Great question, Jason. And all of our training is driven by our core values. It just starts from there. we know we have these things that we live by: selfless service, honor, integrity, personal courage, loyalty, all these core values that we believe in, protecting our homeland. Like you said, representing Guam. Once we build that into the hearts of our soldiers and airmen, and we believe in it, the rest kind of takes care of itself, and the environment doesn't matter as much, Chris. Brady and Jason.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let us. Oh,
yeah, you know, and we take it seriously. When I talked about that oath of office that the General Agagi mentioned to the troops yesterday, when you raise your hand and say that you're going to do something, you know, we don't take it lightly. Like, we're just going to pretend that we say it, but not really mean it, you know, because there's families that are probably going to listen to this, whose sons are on the names of plaque outside this building.
And I think Cap, you've used the phrase before. You said, you know, when you're a Guam Guards person, you know, you're anytime, anywhere, any situation, right?
Right. And that's the solemn oath that we intend to keep. And, you know, thank you to those soldiers who raised their hands for this mission and keep that promise that we all made. Thank you to their families for supporting them. Thank you to you all in the community for your continued support.
When does the rest of the soldiers fly out? You said the advance team went today, so
soon, very, very soon.
How long is the
they're already in the
deployment?
air, and I think we don't have I hadn't seen a return time yet, but I don't expect it to be very long. The inauguration's on the 20th, as we know, and barring some unforeseen things happening, they should be on their way home shortly after. But they're spun up. They're at the range this morning. Most everyone was there at 4 o'clock down at Caden Range on Anderson, and they're putting all their preparations and training into it as we can, which is what we short.
We've got a fantastic quote here, Cap, that I know is basically emblematic of everybody on Guam. 5 applaud emojis and then 4 prayer emojis to say, "Safe journey to our guardsmen. God be with them all," from Claire Castro.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, everyone. You know, you're who we do it for. You are our families. You are our neighbors, right? And you're the reason behind all of this. Whether the guardsmen join to get better college education benefits or just serve their island, it all comes down to trying to make a better life for us all. You are families. You are community. So thank you in return for your support.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Take care.
Okay, stay safe, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Be safe, and next time, why don't you slip some cat pictures into your guard photos?
You know, I've got them. I've got them. Be careful what you wish for, Chris.
No, I want it. Bring it. Okay, Mark. That's Mark Scott, Guam Guard.
Please don't jinx the poor guy like that, Chris, because, you know, we don't want one time, here's a Black Hawk, you know, conducting a search and rescue operator. You know, here's
a Black
the
Kitty.
infantryman training, and here's a wedding picture.
Meow.
Or him and Andy, the cat people, right?
Yeah, Andy will be here next week.
Yeah, come on by. Andy's gonna be here. Maybe I could interview you guys about being cat
I'm glad
people.
to. I'll see you then.
Okay,
All
I'll see you,
right.
Mark. Okay, Boys Day.
Boys Week.
Hey, real quick here.
Why again is it going to be Boys Week? Should we reiterate?
No,
Sabrina's going on leave.
Ah.
Yep, we're gonna wear shorts.
What do you have planned for your?
I'm gonna wear shorts.
For your 4 days of decompression.
Sleep, dude.
Yeah, that's it.
Sleep.
Hey, real quick, guys, just a heads up. Are you guys out there looking for jobs? Who's not? Cortec International Corporation has an immediate job opportunity in Tamuning, Guam for the position of civil engineer. The position requires you to execute civil engineering works as per approved plans, ensures that all required tests and or inspections are performed, analyze and modify plans, maps, drawings using AutoCAD, inspect construction work performed at project sites to ensure compliance with current drawings and specifications, prepares daily construction productivity reports, and ensures safety compliance of projects. Applicants must have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and 60 months of work experience as a civil engineer, project engineer, and project manager. Now, please submit resumes by mail to Cortec International. Attention, Conchita Button, number 388 South Marine Corps Drive, Tamuning, Guam, 96913. Cortec is an equal opportunity employer. Okay, so there you go. Cortec looking for a civil engineer. They're asking you have 60 months of work experience. You got to have at least a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. Again, submit resumes by mail to Cortec International, 388 South Marine Corps Drive, Tamuning, Guam, 96913. Cortec, of course, an equal opportunity employer. It's 9:25. Guys, we got a bunch of stuff to take care of here. As promised, every week on a Friday, Dave Delgado from KUAM Sports, the team gets us Sports Link. And this morning on the Sports Link, Dave is going to interview Guam Football Association. Football!
This is soccer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
soccer.
Okay.
So when you say it like that, it's soccer. Football!
So yeah, he's interviewing the GFA president Tino Sangel. And,
Soccer, football.
Right,
Soccer, yeah.
and has more information on the start of GDOE's athletic schedule.
Okay, here we go. Again, this is a Sports Link with our very own Dave Delgado.
Welcome to Sports Link, your link to local sports. Dave Delgado here. Today we're going to talk to GFA President Tino Sangil, several projects in the works for the GFA. We'll also hear from GDOE ESA League Director Al Garrido, Joey Miranda from the GNOC, and Dr. Louis Cruz about the start of GDOE sports. But first off, some rugby news on Simon Sanchez High School senior Keikoa Tenorio Toves, who's going to be taking his talent stateside. Tell us a little bit about the school you'll be attending, and what do you know about the rugby team there?
Cool. I'm attending American International College. It's located in Springfield, Massachusetts. They're competing in the Division I level, so that's great, honestly. In 2015 to 2017, they went to the East Conference Championship for the rugby league, and I want to join their team and hopefully I could make a role and play a difference. And
You'll be receiving an academic presidential scholarship, planning on studying physical therapy. How excited was your family to hear the news that your talents and what you've grown to love and do is going to help alleviate some of that financial burden for your education?
we were super excited about everything, man. It was such a great blessing. When I found out I was receiving a presidential scholarship, I couldn't believe it at all. I was so excited but nervous at the same time, leaving my family off island. I've worked so hard for this, and I just want to continue my growth in the game and in knowledge of school and stuff.
How is playing rugby on Guam prepared you for playing rugby now at the next level, you think?
It prepared me a lot, honestly. It all started back in 2016. My first time ever playing rugby, I went out to Wedding Girl one touch session, and then I fell in love with the sport from then on. The men's taught me a lot through competing at a higher pace, using different ways, different strategy, attacking at different angles. They taught me a lot, and it really helped me playing in the high school league.
You were a 3-year starter at Simon Sanchez. You played a big role in helping the team get to the title game. What are you going to remember most during these difficult times, just being an athlete at Simon Sanchez?
The thing I remember most is the camaraderie of my team. It was the brotherhood that always kept me pushing through hard times, good times, everything like that. They pushed me to strive for the better. Those guys really played a major role in the game of rugby. My coaches especially, they helped me throughout this whole entire journey, even through this collegiate thing too. They helped me to find different colleges. They helped me put out more applications. They told me to strive for better, and I don't want to let them down.
Tell us about how the recruiting process was and how you were able to get into AIC.
So it all started, my mom always pushed me to send applications. You're gonna go college. It was a have to. So I sent out as much applications to many different colleges as I can. And then one day, AIC coach just hit me up and said, "Hey man, can we just schedule a Zoom meeting?" And after that, it went smooth from there on out.
What do you know about the competition and the schools that they face?
Oh, the competition is great back there. One of the teams we'll be challenging is St. Mary's. One of my boys I traveled with for the national team, Matias Calvo, was there. I know he can bring a big punch into the game, and it's always a challenge. Everything is a challenge in life, but it's whether or not you take these challenges and use it to your advantage.
You traveled to compete and represent Guam in the third Asian School U18 Rugby 7 Championships in Malaysia. What was that experience like for you?
Oh, it was such a great experience just to see the different level of competition back there, seeing what other countries and teams we have to face, see what their skills, their advantages and stuff. But Guam is a very competitive team, and we always been a competitive team. I believe that we can compete with anyone in the world as long as we stay focused and dedicated to the sport and put our hearts out on the field.
From now until you leave, what are some of the things you'll be focusing on, getting your body right and making sure your grades are in place for you to head off island?
First things first, I have to graduate school. I'm still a senior in high school, like you said, but grades and stuff, it's always been really easy for me. It's getting the work done right away, turning it in. Then the physical part, I've been working out more often. I've been running more and putting work in. I asked my counselor to put 2 gym classes in for me, so that's double the amount of work. So I'm pushing harder and harder every day.
What are some of the advice you have for some of the underclassmen who have hopes of, playing sports at the college level? In years past, this is something that, was far-fetched, but now year after year, more of our student athletes are able to attain playing sports at the collegiate level.
My advice to them is never give up. Never give up on what you believe in. Always have faith and always trust God's plan and what he's doing up there. Always stay focused on what you aim to do, and never give up.
Anybody out there you want to thank?
Oh, I want to thank my family, my coaches especially. They helped me through this whole entire thing. My friends for staying there right beside me through thick and thin. I would like to thank my grandpa. He's played a very major role in my life. He's the reason why I want to become a physical therapist. He was a physical therapist himself, and he's just been there for me since I was a little kid.
Tino Sangil, president of the GFA. We're here to talk about some of the facilities and their plans for some of the projects lined up.
Yes, Dave. What happened is we needed to extend the lease for the properties because FIFA has these guidelines that they will not fund projects if it's under 20 years, if the lease is under 20 years. And the property here in Harmon had only 9 more years, okay? And then also the same thing happened with Agate. Agate only had 19 years left. So we needed to secure additional years in order for us to fulfill the mandate of FIFA, in order for us to get the funding to go ahead with the project. So there's going to be projects in Agate. We're building 2 fields there. We're building a natural grass field and an artificial pitch. And then for Harmon here, we're also changing our artificial turf and also improving the lights to LED on our lower pitch. Some of the other projects that we're looking at is also in Chalampago. Chalampago, right next to the Ordet Elementary School. We're looking at building another facility there. And that property has been purchased by FIFA. And projects include an artificial turf and another natural grass turf.
In 2016, FIFA first adopted its forward development, which provides a 360-degree tailor-made support for football development in each of their member associations and the 6 confederations. So developing and supporting football across the globe. Guam has definitely benefited. The GFA continues to give back to the island's youth and has helped grow the sport tremendously.
Yes, so all these fundings that FIFA has been given to all the countries or all the MAs around the world, Guam has benefited. In fact, we benefited a lot because we're such a small country compared to the other countries where they have to, spread the wealth. But since we're such a small island, we're able to utilize it to improve all aspects of our football association here.
The GFA is big on athlete development, courses offered for coaches and referees. Talk about the importance of staying up to date with the rest of the world.
So what's been happening since the pandemic, we've been on a shutdown mode. So FIFA took the time and this opportunity to start educating everyone in our staff, including referees, including coaches, including admin, including media, marketing media. So what they did was they took the time to go about and even to restructure our statutes, okay, worldwide. So this has been a real benefit for our island because now our staff are educated and we have more weapons to go out and fulfill our mission.
The national teams and junior national teams have been practicing. What can we expect as far as play or any competition in the near future?
As you know, we still have 3 more World Cup matches. We still have to play China. It's supposed to be here. We're supposed to play Syria here. And then we also are supposed to play Philippines in Philippines. But because of this pandemic, we had to go back and redo everything because of all the travel restrictions. So what we came out with is we're going to be playing in a bubble. And China has made an offer to host our group of 5 national teams, which is China, Syria, Philippines, Guam, and Maldives. And so we're looking at heading to Shanghai in June to fulfill the final 3 matches that is required for our FIFA World Cup second round.
Crossing our fingers, high school sports gets back into play. Has there been any talks of GFA continuing to host any high school matches or even middle school matches?
We've been in negotiation, but apparently, it all depends on the public health, and of course, through the mandates of public health and the protocols. We here at GFA, we have very high protocols, and we're looking at it, and we showed it to public health, and we're just waiting for the word if we can play again. And
another great thing, you guys continue to give back to the community. I see that at the GFA, you guys were hosting, was it drive-in movies?
Triple J is one of GFA's main sponsors. So Jeff Jones, Triple J, approached us to see if we can do a drive-in movie. So we said, okay, the community needs this time, to get together, but of course through social distancing. But in all, it turned out really well. The community enjoyed the movie, and also GFA is really glad to help out.
With me, Al Garrido, ESA League Director, Joey Miranda from the GNOC, and of course, Dr. Louis Cruz. GDOE Sports getting closer to starting. This is another big step moving forward, partnering up with GNOC and other organizations, lending their hand in their expertise. Tell us about the upcoming training for ESA coaches and athletes.
Well, we're really excited about this upcoming training. We can't say enough about how valuable we feel our partnership with GNOC is. GNOC provides us the expert resources to give the proper type of education that we want to give to our athletes and our coaches. As a matter of fact, as soon as the link went out, we had our coaches and athletes started registering. So they're really excited to get this going. You can tell they're excited for sports to start. And of course, with that comes along the education that they all have to have.
Joey, for the GNOC to put their name on something, it definitely has to believe in what the organization has planned. What will be some of the topics that will be discussed and information that coaches and athletes should be aware of?
The theme of this event is return to sport, which will begin with a conversation with our physicians, including Dr. Louis Cruz, who is here with us today, and Dr. Arania Arielson. They'll be talking about COVID-19 and the Return to Sport program. Right after that, we have a Return to Sport with MyPlate, nutrition Guide to a Healthy Body, alongside Lenore McKella and Rose Calvo. And then we'll close it out with Preparing Your Return to Sport with our physiotherapists, which include Chris Fernandez and Dr. Ryan Claros.
Well, Dr. Cruz, young athletes have to build a good habit now. You've been around elite athletes. It's not about just the training part of their regimen, but also about what they put in their body for optimal performance and how they recover.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Dave. So what we want to talk about is how COVID-19 is changing sports and how to participate in sports safely and to prevent any COVID-19 transmission. That's going to be an added layer that many coaches, many student athletes are not accustomed to. I mean, hopefully they are accustomed to now within their families, but when it's sort of transferred to sports, that can be taking time to get used to, as far as wearing your mask, not sharing equipment, and all those things that can contribute to spread of COVID-19. So, I mean, as we see sports are being played in the mainland, in the States. There are, it's causing a disruption, right? And it's canceled games. It's put, one Florida basketball athlete was hospitalized. So we want to try and return to sports safely, and because these are our children, and these and we need to help protect them and to help them understand, as well as their families, the coaches, the entourage, that we can return to sport safely and prevent COVID-19 transmission.
What advice can you give to student athletes and their parents?
Right. So the main thing that we want to address when returning to sport and that's what Dr. Chris Fernandez and Dr. Ryan Claros would cover as physiotherapists, on how to get your body prepared to come back to sport. Returning too soon, returning too fast can increase your risk of injuries, and we wouldn't want that to happen. And trying to just educate them on preparing your body also, and it all starts with what you eat, and then working with stretches, assessing your own personal fitness, and families can help in trying to really enforce these COVID-19 guidelines. And also, a lot of patience will be needed to, as everyone gets through this. This is an unprecedented time that we're going through, and trying to just be patient as we go along in returning to sport.
And what can athletes be doing at home in order to just stay ready for competition?
So again, they can be doing sort of light activities, sport-specific activities. So for example, with soccer, you want to do the dribbling that doesn't require another person to participate, right? So with basketball, working, on your dribbling, on just your sport-specific skills that you don't need another player to be involved with. So also getting your body ready with stretches, with body weight exercises, and doing that in a progressive manner that doesn't increase your risk for injury.
Well, Joey, the GNOC getting involved, these are going to be our future athletes that are going to be representing Guam down the road, hopefully after college, after high school. And for the GNOC to step in and offer their help really speaks a lot about the organization there.
Yes, and that is the main purpose. They are the future of our athletes. Some of them are already on our national federation rosters. So we want to make sure that there's continuity throughout. And one of the reasons why we decided to team up with ISA was to make sure that we have a base that we can work with for the future of our national federations and the NOC. We're teaming up not only with the students, but also with the coaching programs, and hopefully we can provide more assistance with certification processes, as well as education for both the students and the coaches.
And Al, for a lot of the coaches that are leading teams, this is a perfect way for them to continue to get certified and gain more knowledge, because during these trying times, a lot of the coaches had to be resourceful and creative in what they're trying to do.
Our coaches are going out there. A lot of them are excited about all of this training. As a matter of fact, we did require them to get extra training through COVID-19 through NFHS, which provides training for them as well. And we look forward to this supplemental training through G.
And how can athletes and coaches register for the upcoming event?
We have a link that is out already that was been set out through the media. And we're also going to be providing that link through our social media. It should be out by no later than tonight. So the ESA League social media through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Doc, anything else you want to add?
Yes, and I know everyone is excited about getting sports started. Everyone wants to see sports starting, and we all know the importance of sport that benefits not only their physical fitness but also their mental health. And I think with this pandemic, we've been sort of seeing a lot more about isolation and socialization issues. So we want to get these athletes out there. We want to do it in a safe manner, and then also just help educate them and how to do it safely, and also just realize that the power of sport can help also bring communities together as well.
Joey, any last words?
We'll see you on Saturday, and thank you for your support also, as well as the EISA.
Al, anything?
Oh, I echo the same sentiments. We look forward to educating our coaches and our athletes. We'll see them all on Saturday.
Double D with Sports Link. We do that every Friday. The weekly sports wrap up. Obviously, a lot of talk there about a return to interscholastic sports. 9:46. Do another segment here, sponsored by Burger King. Chicken fries Friday. Whoa! I love chicken fries. I do. Have you had chicken fries, Bree? Just think like chicken nuggets, but in fries.
And for me, it's the seasoning they put on.
Yeah.
I mean, prior to going all insane with the sauce and everything like that, the seasoning they put on it is really good.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I tried, I was like, chicken fries. I was like, I could see the concept, and when I tried it, I was like, okay, all in.
Yeah. I
Sold.
just wish I could eat it with rice. That sounds good, huh? Chicken fries and rice. Wee. Woo, man. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Chicken fries and rice. It's going to be 1 week next week. That's all you're going to hear, Bree. Don't listen. When Bree's on leave, it's just going to be, oh, man.
We got a new segment coming up. Chicks.
Oh, man.
Chicks.
Sabrina's going to hotline us by Wednesday. 9:48. It's brought to you by Burger King. BK Steakhouse King is now available at Hagåtña, Tumon, and Micro Mall. It's Cover Me. Jonah Honham with this morning's episode of Cover Me. It's called I Was in Love, and you got it here on the link.
Can you tell me why every night feels like a last night? I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I remember that first night. We decided it was alright to chill for a little bit. Showed you some music, then you showed me some too. And I went and sang that song for you. And every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of how I really felt when it made you cry. 'Cause that's when I realized I really felt. So tell me why every night feels like a last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Do you remember that one night I was in your room and we were sleeping on that twin size mattress? Closed eyes, I was staring at you, pretending to sleep. You're such an actress. When I tapped you and said I had to leave, you just grabbed a hold of me. And that was when we first kissed, and I knew I'd never wanna leave. Then we rolled the smoke, mirrors on, clearer than before. Darling, I know you know me better than lonely open door. But knowing we both growing older without you is ironically painful as nostalgia. It's not a stick in stone, it's like a brick to the bone. 'Cause you can pick up the phone last time I called you. So tell me why every night feels like last night. Last night, I swear I'll never feel like you felt it last night. Chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you.
Man. Jonah Hanum. What's that?
Yeah, what kind of car was that at the end? That nice blue.
That one? Possibly Subaru? I don't know.
A Prowler? No, it's not a Prowler.
I don't know. Andy Wheeler would know. He's going to be on next week.
Volkswagen?
You know what I love about this segment so much is because
That's an original song, by the way. That's Jonah Hanum.
That was good.
At Burger King, Cover Me. Great song. The guy's awesome. Awesome artist.
I love the fact that because we're
Remember
also
when
a
he was in
visual
Little,
medium.
Little Giants? Remember Little Giants? There were, yeah. I don't know if he's embarrassed by that. Or like, you read Little Giants? Hey, don't bring that up.
You know what I love about this segment though is because we're also a visual medium. When these artists, I mean, some people do, they'll do acoustic sets. You know, we saw some people like they get really creative. They'll play outside. They'll light their backyard. You get these like really auteur level, music videos and everything like that. I mean, some people get. I mean, it's not just the music; it's also the visual.
Right.
I mean, the four of us actually were children of the era of when the music video first became like a thing.
Yeah.
No, I really, really am enjoying just so much creativity.
Local music's the best. It's 9:53. We have another segment here, brought to you by Taco Bell. Thank you, Taco Bell. One Micronesia podcast. In this sneak peek of the One Mic podcast, KUAM's Victorious Falon invites Sergeant Paul Tapau to the One Micronesia podcast to talk about outreach, connecting with our FAS brothers and sisters, demonstrating smart choices, showing how we're all a single island community, and proving to the youth that GPD isn't here to hold you down, but to lift you up. All right. Did you write that?
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, no way.
Well, thank you, because by the way, Chris's version actually has like a typo.
Yeah. It says GPD isn't gear to hold you down. But
So
I know what you're trying to say. Boy, do I.
Thank you.
So here you go with Paul Tapau and a Victorious Falon sneak peek of our One Micronesia podcast. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Dong.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Hafide, good morning, happy Friday, Guam. It's your boy Victorious here, just to give you another update, a little preview of what you can expect tonight on the One Micronesia podcast. And now in this episode, the second episode actually, I got to sit down with a spokesperson from the Guam Police Department, my brother Paul Tapau, and to talk about what GPD has got in stores for 2021, especially when it comes down to the FAS community here on Guam.
Working closely with Minyelo and the Micronesian Resource Center has been, I think, one of the most beautiful marriage the Guam Police Department could have done. If we look back where we were and where we are now, just to recap, it's really the efforts that was really brought forth in understanding what we, like you said, needed to do from a law enforcement perspective in bridging that gap with our fellow brothers and sisters within the FAS and FSM community. Some of the things that we've collaborated going into 2020, ideas that was sprung up. We were supposed, we reached out to the Guam Football Association, Mr. Tino Sangil with his team up at GFA. We were supposed to work together and put some sort of sporting event, and working with the various high school clubs that we had that were FAS, FSM center based. So, we wanted to give them some sort of marketing aspect in how to do their fundraising, work with them in collaborating community effort, work with them in earning service learning hours, work with them in putting ideas and concept into play and utilizing the facility. As we wanted to do we dubbed it the Rock and Jock event, and it was supposed to be a full day event of just different sports. The facility in itself at GFA is a spectacle. And I think, the grace of GFA, their executives up there, Mr. Tino San Agustin, Mr. Joe Cepeda, and allowing us to be a part of that. We really, we move forward in trying to take advantage of that, and the concept of that rock and jock of, giving it to the clubs, the FAS, FSM clubs in the various high schools to collaborate and work together and having a youth style event. And it was supposed to stay in line with, April, where April's heavy, it's pretty much calendar heavy with the youth events in the island, following Sanctuary. They have their youth retreats, and just the different things, Guam Behavior, Health and Wellness, they have the Youth for Youth event that also is held in April. So, we were targeting April and working, collaborating with the different high schools. That's still in the calendar. That's actually still in the books. We were working with Action and I'm going to keep this under wraps because once we open up, I want to go back in this, and it's something that, when I proposed this to Action, his eyes just lit up, and he was like, we can do this. But, that's forthcoming. But one of the major events that Sam, Action, and Ed and I were actually sitting down trying to collaborate was that Rock and Jock event. So, stay tuned, because once we see the lifting of restrictions and slowly working back, this is where we try to deploy the efforts and what we missed and we weren't able to hit our mark in 2020 back into the community. And, moving forward with that, I want to say Department of Education has been a great partner with our endeavors, from our GPD initiatives to our partnership with Manielo and Micronesian Resource Center. They actually brought us the audience. We sat in an audience with all the clubs that were affiliated within the various high schools, and sitting there with the superintendent John Fernandez, the deputies, the club advisors, and just really wanting to bring this into the community. You can see the eyes of the students. And again, unfortunately, in 2020, we weren't able to pull this off, but that's in the calendar. That's something that we're looking forward to. Man, I told Ed, I told Action, and I told Sam, and I told the team, we can't stop, and we got to continue the efforts and moving forward. So, the challenges were there in 2020, with the COVID. We didn't scrap anything yet. We just put it in, a big asterisk on my calendar. I have a big calendar here in my office, and I'm looking at March, April, May, and June, and we had like 5 big events slated for 2020. So, it's there. This calendar was not erased. So, we're going to continue to pick up where we left off.
And also on the podcast, we kind of touch based on something that's infiltrated the FAS community, and we're talking about drugs.
Our drug addiction at the street level has gone up. And if you look at the daily blotters that, the greater media puts out there, the courts magistrating a lot of these drug offenders, a lot of the, it's not just the Chamorros or the Filipinos. We're seeing a lot of our FSM citizens a part of that. And it's really alarming, that's where we're tracking the challenges that the community as a whole or society as a whole is dealing with. It's really drug addiction. How do we curtail that? How do we, envision finding ways of changing? And it's really, the challenge is there. But, if you're tracking, it's not just Chamorros Filipinos anymore. Now we're seeing FSM, FAS citizens that are being stop, and they're found in possession with crystal methamphetamine.
Thank you so much, Brother Paul Tapau. And remember, guys, you can catch more of the One Micronesia podcast tonight on KOM TV 8 at 6:30, and then tomorrow on the KOM News Facebook page. Until then, my name is Victorious. Peace!
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Moss.
Howdy and Happy New Year. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Shorty, get down, good Lord. Baby got 'em open all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much ground, call game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away. I can't get it out of my mind, y'all. I think about the girl all the time, y'all. East side to the west side, pushing fat rides, it's no surprise. She got chicks in the stash, stacking up cash, fast when it comes to the dash. By no means average, as long as she's got to have it. 'Cause baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in, can I get down so I can? I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it. No
I had to do a little R&B because Bree's going on leave.
I like the way you work it, no diggity. I gotta
Veronica Cruz on the link. Good morning.
I can tell she's very heavily influenced by Amy Winehouse, which is totally cool.
Yeah.
The late Amy Winehouse.
Good stuff. It's 10:03. Some of the takeaways from the show this morning, Sabrina?
Well, apparently there's a lot of frontliners that are owed overtime, and the Guam Federation of Teachers.
Not too happy about it.
Yep.
In fact, they're pretty pissed.
Yeah, talking lawsuits and calling out.
The governors, senators, saying they're out of touch. They don't know what's going on out here in the real world. People are mad that we're treating these frontliners like they're in the back of the bus. We hear it all the time. We try and follow up as much as we can when we do hear about overtime being 7 to 9 pay periods behind. Guam Federation of Teachers Union Rep Robert Koss saying that it's become routine to have to threaten lawsuits so that our hardworking public servants can be paid what they're owed when they're owed it, according to the law. Other takeaways? There's going to be a vaccination town hall tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. We're going to carry that on our Facebook page.
Yep, 9 a.m.
There's also a rapid engagement team outreach going on tomorrow at Santa Ana Dedito.
There's a vaccination clinic going on right now over at the Southern Regional Community Health Center in Iran for Group 1C, 60 years of age and older, wanting their first dose of the vaccine. And then at GRMC, I believe it starts at 1 o'clock. It's for those scheduled for their second dose of Pfizer. That's from 1 to 4 p.m. And it's for those, it's first 100, it's first come, first served basis. And it's for those who receive their first dose between December 17th and the 22nd. So that's at GRMC at 1 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Brevin Tax, don't go there. They are closed after another positive COVID-19 case, and they're scheduled to get tested tomorrow.
Roy Respiccio's dealing with druggies at the port. No, also they hired the former DOC guard Frankie Roslin. But from what we're hearing from people, if it's a misdemeanor, because he was convicted of official misconduct as a misdemeanor, he's still able to work in the government of Guam. Should he? It's a judgment call. And government of Guam not known for their judgment.
We also had Mark Scott from the Guam National Guard. I believe he said 2 or 3 soldiers left this morning to participate in defending democracy in the nation's capital is President-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect, will be inaugurated. So they're joining the 20,000 or so National Guards men and women that are deploying there.
Also, he talked a little bit about our lawsuit against the Navy over the Ordot dump being heard by the Supreme Court. He said 1% chance that they'll take your case at the Supreme Court, and we've had 2 of them taken in the last year. So we had talked a little bit about they're suing Facebook, the AG's office. We also touched briefly on drugs, crystal meth, affecting and impacting the FSM community just like every other community on Guam, and there are efforts underway to do outreach, to do awareness, to do public service announcements, and so that was good to hear. 10:08, Jason, anything on your end?
I just want to send, I know, and I speak for all 4 of us here in the room, just, our thoughts, our prayers, our well wishes for everybody who is getting ready for school, whether you're a student, an administrator, maintenance staff, student aid, parapro, teacher, what have you, and everything like that. Big day coming up on Tuesday, right?
Yes, because Monday's a holiday.
Yeah, because Monday's a holiday. So let's do this. Let's do it the right way, and let's all be mindful of each other, and let's stay sharp.
And I got a happy anniversary going out to old friend Danny Orlino and his wife Annette.
Yeah, Danny.
On their 48th anniversary.
Wow. Nice.
Okay. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Was it Danny who has that song about Chiguyan?
I believe, I want to say, yeah. He's got a lot of songs, ton of songs, a lot of albums.
Yeah, I believe he did that because I think, Bree, when we've done the Liberation Day, they have the various memorials and everything like that, Danny actually wrote an original piece, and it's very, very moving.
Yeah, he's a great musician.
Yeah.
10:09, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Salas, Master Control. We got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. Guys, it's a 3-day weekend, so no link on Monday. Then we're back on Tuesday.
Bree's got an 8-day weekend.
Yeah, minus Sabrina Salas Matanani, who's going on a much deserved. Let me tell you, this is the hardest working woman in media. And all the media I know, Guam, I don't know what we would do, what we're going to do without her. She's truly the MVP of this, not just this show, this station. I mean, so much of what you see on the news is a result of the hard work that Sabrina Salas Matanani does,
and
unparalleled, really, in her work ethic.
And I can't see what she's doing on her phone right now, but I know she's either messaging people on WhatsApp or playing a game.
No, she's checked out. She's playing that. What game is that?
It's called Nunya.
None of your business. All right, well.
She's also a very avid gamer.
I am not.
In addition to all that stuff that she does and everything like that, she's very good when it comes to mobile gaming. Let me tell you.
No, I'm not. You guys are saying way too much.
Okay, enjoy your leave, Sabrina.
I am.
Please don't call. We're going to be having a boys' week.
Enjoy it.
We're going to eat chocolate cake for breakfast.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be Lord of the Flies. I have the conch.
I am though. I'm excited to at least spend a little time with my son. So
right on.
Even though he's going back to school, but it is what it is.
So
guys,
again, good luck.
Yeah.
To Brock, all the KUM kids, and all the kids throughout Guam who are getting ready to go back to school.
Yeah. Well, next time we see you guys, it'll be the first day of school.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Again,
you're right. Hey, my name's Chris. Again. That's Sabrina. Hasta. Adios.